The Stepmother by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stepmother. Dramatis Personae. Stage directions read by Ruth Golding. Cora Prout, a popular novelist and a widow, 30.
Read by Elizabeth Klatt.
Adrian Prout, her stepson, 20.
Read by Lambda.
Thomas Gardner, a doctor, 35.
Read by Peter Tucker.
Christine Feversham, Mrs. Prout's secretary, 20.
Read by Libby Gone.
Scene: Mrs. Prout's study, luxuriously furnished, large table in centre upon which are a new novel, press cuttings, and the usual apparatus of literary composition. Christine is seated at the large table ready for work and awaiting the advent of Mrs. Prout. To pass the time she picks up the novel, the leaves of which are not cut, and glances at a page here and there. Enter Mrs. Prout, hurried and preoccupied. The famous novelist is attired in a plain morning gown, which in the perfection of its cut displays the beauty of her figure. She nods absently to Christine and sits down in an armchair away from the table.
Good morning, Mrs. Prout. I'm afraid you are still sleeping badly.
Do I look it, girl?
You don't specially look it, Mrs. Prout, but I observe. You are my third novelist, and they have all taught me to observe. Before I took up novelists, I was with a member of Parliament, and he never observed anything except 5-line whips.
Really? 5-line whips? Oblige me by putting that down in notebook number 2. There will be an MP in that wretched 30,000-word thing I've promised for the Christmas number of the New York Surpriser, and it might be useful. I might even make an epigram out of it.
Yes, Mrs. Prout.
Writes.
And what are your observations about me?
While writing.
Well, this is twice in 3 weeks that you've been here 5 minutes late in the morning.
Is that all? You don't think my stuff's falling off?
Oh, no, Mrs. Prout. I know it's not falling off. I was just going to tell you. The butler's been in and wished me to inform you that he begged to give notice.
Looking up.
It seems that last night you ordered him to cut the leaves of our new novel.
Patting book maternally.
He said he just looked into it, and he thinks it's disgraceful to ask a respectable butler to cut the leaves of such a book, so he begs to give warning. Oh no, Mrs. Prout, your stuff isn't falling off.
Grimly.
What did you say to him, girl?
First I looked at him, and then I said, Brown, you will probably be able to get a place on the reviewing staff of the Methodist Recorder.
Christine, one day I really believe you will come to employ a secretary of your own.
I hope so, Mrs. Prout, but I intend to keep off the morbid introspection line. You do that so awfully well. I think I shall go in for smart dialogue, with marquises and country houses, and a touch of old-fashioned human nature at the bottom. It appears to me that's what's coming along very shortly. Shall we begin, Mrs. Prout?
Disinclined.
Yes, I suppose so.
Clearing her throat.
By the way, anything special in the press cuttings?
Nothing very special.
Fingering the pile of press cuttings.
The Morning Call says genius in every line.
Blasé.
The Daily Reporter, Cora Prout may be talented, we should hesitate to deny it, but she is one of several of our leading novelists who should send themselves to a board school in order to learn grammar.
Grammar again. They must keep a grammar in the office. Personally, I think it's frightfully bad form to talk about grammar to a lady. But they never had any taste at the Reporter. Don't read me any more. Let us commence work.
Which will you do, Mrs. Prout?
Consulting a diary of engagements.
There's the short story for the Illustrated Monthly, 6,000, promised for next Saturday. There's the article on women's diversions for the British Review. They wrote for that yesterday. There's the serial that begins in the Sunday Daily Sentinel in September. You've only done half the first instalment of that. And, of course, there's Heartache.
I think I'll go on with Heartache. I feel it coming. I'll do the short story for the Illustrated tomorrow. Where had I got to?
Choosing the correct notebook, reads,
The inanimate form of the patient lay like marble on the marble slab of the operating table. The sponge, nurse, said the doctor. Where is it? That's where you'd got to.
Yes, I remember. New line. Isabel gazed at him imperturbably. New line, quote marks. I fear, doctor, she remarked, that in a moment of forgetfulness you have sewn it up in our poor patient. New line, quote marks. Damn, said the doctor, so I have. Rather good, that, Christine, eh?
Christine writes in shorthand.
Oh, Mrs. Prout, I think it's beautiful. So staccato and crisp. By the way, I forgot to tell you there's a new leader in the Daily Snail on that frightful anonymous attack in the Forum against your medical accuracy.
Looking at Mrs. Prout, who is silent but shows signs of agitation.
You remember Medicine in Fiction? The Snail backs up the Forum for all it's worth. Mrs. Prout, you are ill. I was sure you were. What can I get for you?
Weakly wiping her eyes.
Nonsense, Christine. I am a little unstrung, that is all. I want nothing.
Your imagination is too much for you.
Meekly.
Perhaps so.
Firmly.
But it isn't all due to an abnormal imagination. You've never been quite cheerful since you turned Mr. Adrian out.
You forget yourself, Christine.
I forget nothing, Mrs. Prout, myself least of all. Mr. Adrian is your dead husband's son, and you turned him out of your house, and now you're sorry.
Christine, you know perfectly well that I requested him to go because he would insist on making love to you, which interfered with our work. Besides, it was not quite nice for a man to make love to the secretary of his stepmother. I wonder you are indelicate enough to refer to the matter. You should never have permitted his advances.
I didn't permit them. I wasn't asked to. I tolerated them. I hadn't been secretary to a lady novelist with a stepson before, and I wasn't quite sure what was included in the duties. I always like to give satisfaction.
You do give satisfaction. Let that end the discussion.
Pouting, turning to her notebook, reads,
Damn, said the doctor. So I have.
Pause.
Damn, said the doctor. So I have.
Pause.
Christine, did you find out who was the author of that article on Medicine in Fiction?
Is that what's bothering you, Mrs. Prout? Of course it was a nasty attack, but it is very unlike you to trouble about critics.
It has hurt me more than I can say. That was why I asked you to make a few discreet inquiries.
I did ask at my club.
And what did they think there?
They laughed at me, and said everyone knew you had written it yourself just to keep the silly season alive, July being a sickly month for reputations.
What did you say to that?
I should prefer not to repeat it.
Oh, Christine, I insist. Your modesty is becoming a disease.
I said they were fools.
A little abrupt, perhaps, but effective.
Not to see that the grammar was different from ours.
Oh, that was what you said, was it?
It was, and it settled them.
Assuming a confidential air.
Christine, I believe I know who wrote that article.
Who?
Dr. Gardner.
Bursts into tears. Soothing her.
But he lives on the floor below, in the very flat underneath this.
Choking back her sobs.
Yes, it is too dreadful.
But he comes here nearly every evening.
Sharply.
Who told you that?
Now, Mrs. Prout, let me implore you to be calm. The butler told me. I didn't ask him, and as I cannot be expected to foretell what my employer's butler will say before he opens his mouth, I am not to blame.
Compresses her lips.
Shall we continue?
Christine, do you think it was Dr. Gardner? I would give worlds to know.
Coldly analytic.
Do you mean that you would give worlds to know that it was Dr. Gardner, or that it wasn't Dr. Gardner? Or would give worlds merely to know the author's name, no matter who he might be?
Sighing.
Oh, you are dreadfully unsympathetic this morning.
I'm placid, nothing else. Please recollect that when you engaged me you asked if you might rely on me to be placid, as your previous secretary, when you dictated the pathetic chapters, had wept so freely into her note-book that she couldn't transcribe her stuff, besides permanently injuring her eyesight. Since you ask my opinion as to Dr. Gardner being the author of this attack on you, I say that he isn't. Apart from the fact that he lives on the floor below, and that he is, so the butler says, a constant visitor in the evenings, there is the additional fact, a fact which I have several times observed for myself without the assistance of the butler, that he likes you.
You have noticed that? It is true. But the question is, does he like me sufficiently not to attack my work in the public press? That is the point. The writer of that cruel article begins by saying that he has no personal animus, and that he is actuated solely by an enthusiasm for the cause of medicine and the medical profession.
You mean to infer, Mrs. Prout, that the author of the article might, as a man, like you, while as a doctor he despised you.
Whimpering again.
That is my suspicion.
But Dr. Gardner does more than like you. He adores you.
He adores my talent, my genius, my fame, my wealth. But does he adore me? I am not an ordinary woman, and it is no use pretending that I am. I must think of these things.
Neither is Dr. Gardner an ordinary doctor. He researches into toxicology.
His researches are nothing to me. I wish he wasn't a doctor at all.
Even doctors have their place in the world, Mrs. Prout.
They should not meddle with fiction, poking their noses.
But if fiction meddles with them, you know fiction is really very meddlesome. It pokes its nose with great industry.
Pulling herself together.
Christine, you have never understood me. Let us continue.
With an offended air, turning once more to her notebook.
Damn, said the doctor. So I have.
Coughing.
New line. A smile flashed across the lips of Isabel as she took up a glittering knife.
Gives a great sob.
Oh, Christine, I'm sure Dr. Gardner wrote it.
Very well, madam, he wrote it. We have at last settled something.
Mrs. Prout buries her face in her hands. Christine looks up, and after an instant's pause springs toward her.
You poor dear. You are perfectly hysterical this morning. You must go and lie down for a little. A horizontal posture is what you need.
Perhaps you are right. I will leave you for an hour.
Totters to her feet.
Take down this note for Dr. Gardner. He may call this morning. In fact, I rather think he will. The answer to the question is no. Capital N.
Shall I sign it?
Yes, sign it C.P. And if he comes, give it him yourself, and say that I can see no one. And, Christine, would you mind
Crying gently again.
seeing the butler? Try to reason him into a sensible attitude towards my novels. In my present state of health, I couldn't stand any change. And he is so admirable at table.
Shall I offer some compromise in our next novel? I might inquire what is the irreducible minimum of his demands.
Faintly.
Anything if he will stay.
Following Mrs. Prout to the door and touching her shoulder caressingly.
Try to sleep.
Exit Mrs. Prout. Christine whistles in a low tone as she returns meditatively to her seat. Looking at notebook.
Isabel took up a glittering knife. Did she? The answer to the question is no, with a capital N. C.P. Sounds like Carter Patterson. Now I have nothing to do. I think I will devote the morning to an article on hysteria in lady novelists. Ah, the answer to the question is no, capital N. What question? Can it be that the lily-white hand of the author of Heartache has—
Knock.
Come in.
Enter Dr. Gardner.
Oh, good morning, Miss Feversham.
Good morning, Dr. Gardner. You seem surprised to see me here, yet I am to be found in this chair daily at this hour.
Not at all, not at all. I assure you, I fully expected to find both you and the chair. I also expected to find Mrs. Prout.
Are you capable of interrupting our literary labours? We do not receive callers so early, Dr. Gardner. Which reminds that I have several times remarked that this study ought not to have a door opening into the corridor.
As for that, may I venture to offer the excuse that I had an appointment with Mrs. Prout?
At what hour? She never makes appointments before noon.
I believe she did say 12 o'clock.
Looking at her watch.
And it is now 25 minutes to 10. Punctuality is a virtue. You may be said to have raised it to the dignity of a fine art.
I will wait.
Sits down.
I trust I do not interrupt.
Yes, doctor, I regret to say that you do. I was about to commence the composition of an article.
Upon what?
Upon hysteria in lady novelists. It is my specialty.
Surely lady novelists are not hysterical.
The increase of hysteria among that class of persons is one of the saddest features of the age.
Dear me!
Enthusiastically.
But I can tell you the name of one lady novelist who isn't hysterical, and that, perhaps, the greatest name of all, Mrs. Prout.
Of course not, doctor. Nevertheless, Mrs. Prout is somewhat indisposed this morning.
Cora, ill! What is it? Nothing serious?
Rest assured, the merest slight indisposition, just sufficient to delay us an hour or two with our work, nothing more. Nerves, you know. The imagination of a great artist, Dr. Gardner, is often too active, too stressful, for the frail physical organism.
Ah, you regard Mrs. Prout as a great artist?
Doctor, even to ask such a question, do not you?
Aye. To me, she is unique. I say, Miss Feversham, were you ever in love?
In love? I have had preferences.
Among men?
No, among boys. Recollect, I am only 20, though singularly precocious in shrewdness and calm judgment.
20? You amaze me, Miss Feversham. I have often been struck by your common sense and knowledge of the world. They would do credit to a woman of 50.
I am glad to notice that you do not stoop to offer me vulgar compliments about my face.
I am incapable of such conduct. I esteem your mental qualities too highly. And so you have had your preferences among boys?
Yes, I like to catch them from 18 to 20. They are so sweet and fresh then, like new milk. The employé of the Express Dairy Company who leaves me my half-pint at my lodgings each morning is a perfectly lovely dear. I adore him.
He is one of your preferences, then?
A preference among milkmen, of whom, as I change my lodgings frequently, I have known many. Then there is the postman, not a day more than 18, I am sure, though that is contrary to the regulations of St. Martin-le-Grand. Dr. Gardner, you should see my postman. When he brings them, I can receive even rejected articles with equanimity.
I should be charmed to see him. But tell me, Miss Feversham, have you had no serious preferences?
You seem interested in this question of preferences.
I am.
Doctor, I will open my heart to you. It is conceivable that you may be of use to me. You are on friendly terms with Adrian, and doubtless you know the history of his exit from this house.
Gardner nods with a smile.
Doctor, he and I are passionately attached to each other. Our ages are precisely alike. It is a beautiful idyll, or rather it would be if dear Mrs. Prout did not try to transform it into a tragedy. She has not only turned the darling boy out, but she has absolutely forbidden him the house.
Doubtless she had her reasons.
Oh, I am sure she had. Only you see, her reasons aren't ours. Of course, we could marry at once if we chose. I could easily keep Adrian. I do not, however, wish to inconvenience dear Mrs. Prout. It is a mistake to quarrel with the rich relations of one's future husband. But I was thinking that perhaps you, doctor, might persuade dear Mrs. Prout that my marriage to Adrian need not necessarily interfere with the performance of my duties as her secretary.
Anything that I can do, Miss Feversham, you may rely on me doing.
You are a dear.
But Why should you imagine that I have any influence with Mrs. Prout?
I do not imagine. I know. It is my unerring insight over again, my faultless observation. Doctor, you did not begin to question me about love because you were interested in my love affairs, but because you were interested in your own and couldn't keep off the subject. I read you like a book. You love Mrs. Prout, my dear doctor. Therefore you have influence over her. No woman is uninfluenced by the man who loves her.
Laughing between self-satisfaction and self-consciousness.
You have noticed that I admire Mrs. Prout. It appears that nothing escapes you.
That is a trifle. The butler has noticed.
The butler?
The butler?
With abandon.
Let him. Let the whole world notice. Miss Feversham, be it known that I love Mrs. Prout with passionate adoration. Before the day is out, I shall either be her affianced bridegroom, or I shall be a dead man.
Leaning forward in a low, tense voice.
You proposed to her last night.
I did.
And you were to come for the answer this morning?
Yes. Can you not guess that I am eager, excited? Can you not pardon me for thinking it is noon at 25 minutes to 10? Ah, Miss Feversham, if Adrian adores you with 1/10 of the fire with which I adore Mrs. Prout.
Stop, Doctor. I do not wish to be a burnt sacrifice. Now, let me ask you a question. You have seen that attack on Mrs. Prout entitled Medicine in Fiction in this month's Forum. Do you know the author of it?
I don't. Has it disturbed Mrs. Prout?
It has. Did she not mention it to you?
Not a word. If I did know the author of it, if I ever do know the author of it, I will tear him limb from limb.
I trust you would chloroform him first. It would be horrid of you if you don't.
I absolutely decline to chloroform him first.
You must.
I won't.
Never mind. Perhaps you will be dead. Remember that you have promised to kill yourself today on a certain contingency. Should you really do it? Should you really put an end to your life if Mrs. Prout gave you a refusal?
I swear it. Existence would be valueless to me.
By the way, Mrs. Prout told me that if you called, I was to say that she could see no one.
See no one? But she promised.
However, she left a note.
Starting up.
Give it me instantly. Why didn't you give it me before?
I had no opportunity. Besides, I haven't transcribed it yet. It was dictated.
Dictated? Are you sure?
Seriously.
Oh, yes, she dictates everything.
Well, read it to me. Read it to me. Quick, I say.
Turning over leaves rapidly.
Here it is. Are you listening?
Great heaven!
Reads from her shorthand note.
The answer to your question is...
Go on.
Drawing her breath first.
Yes. CP. There. I've saved your life for you.
You have indeed, my dear girl. But I must see her. I must see my beloved Cora.
Taking his hand.
Accept my advice, Doctor. The advice of a simple, artless girl. Do not attempt to see her today. There are seasons of emotion when a woman...
Stops.
Go downstairs and write to her, and then give the letter to me.
Pats him on the back.
I will, by Jove. Miss Feversham, you're a good sort, and as you've told me something, I'll tell you something. Adrian is going to storm the castle today.
Adrian?
A knock. Enter Adrian.
Since you commanded, I enter.
Let me pass, bold youth.
Exit Dr. Gardner hurriedly, overcome by Gardner's haste.
Why this avalanche? Has something happened suddenly?
Several things have happened suddenly, Adrian. And several more will probably happen when your mamma discovers that you are defying her orders in this audacious manner. Why are you here?
Kisses him.
You perfect duck.
Gravely.
I am not here, Miss Feversham.
Miss Feversham, and my kiss still warm on his lips.
I repeat, Miss Feversham, that I am not here. This,
pointing to himself,
is not I. It is merely a rather smart member of the staff of the Daily Snail, come to interview Cora Prout, the celebrated novelist.
And I have kissed a snail reporter. Ah,
Impetuosity has ruined many women.
it is a morning of calamities.
Assuming the secretarial pose.
Your card, please.
Handing card.
With pleasure.
Taking card by the extreme corner, perusing it with disdain, and then dropping it on the floor.
We never see interviewers in the morning.
Then I will call this afternoon.
You must write for an appointment.
Oh, I'll take my chances. Thanks.
We never give them. It is our rule. We have to be very particular. The fact is, we hate being interviewed. We only submit to the process out of a respectful regard for the great and enlightened public. Any sort of notoriety, any suggestion of self-advertisement, is distasteful to us. What do you wish to interview us about? If it's the new novel, we are absolutely mum. Accept that from me.
It isn't the new novel. The snail wishes to know whether Mrs. Prout feels inclined to make any statement in reply to that article, Medicine in Fiction, in the forum.
Oh, Adrian, do you know anything about that article?
Rather, I know all about it.
You treasure, you invaluable darling. I will marry you tomorrow morning by special license.
Recollect, it is a snail reporter whom you are addressing. Suppose I were to print that.
Just so. You are prudence itself, whilst I for the moment happen to be a little abnormal. I saved a man's life this morning, and it is apt to upset one's nerves. It is a dreadful thing to do, to save a man's life, and the consequences will be simply frightful for me.
Buries her face in her hands.
Christine,
Taking her hands.
what are you raving about? You are not yourself.
I wish I wasn't.
Looking up with forced calm.
Adrian, there is a possibility of your being able to save me from the results of my horrible act, if only you will tell me the name of the author of that article in the forum.
Tenderly.
Christine, you little know what you ask. But for you, I will do anything. Kiss me, my white lily.
She kisses him, whispers.
Tell me.
He folds her up in his arms. Enter Mrs. Prout excitedly. As she enters,
Christine, that appalling butler has actually left the house.
observing group,
Heavens!
quietly disengaging herself.
You seem a little better, Mrs. Prout. A person to interview you from the Daily Snail.
Pointing to Adrian,
Adrian?
Yes, Mamma.
opening her lips to speak and then closing them.
Sit down.
Certainly, Mamma.
Sits.
How dare you come here?
I don't know how, Mamma.
Picks up his card from the floor and hands it to her, then resumes his seat, glancing at card.
Pah!
That's just what I told the person, Mrs. Prout.
Mrs. Prout burns her up with a glance.
You have, then, abandoned your medical studies for which I had paid all the fees?
Yes, Mamma. You see, I was obliged to earn something at once, so I took to journalism. I am getting on quite nicely. The editor of the Snail says that I may review your next book.
Unnatural stepson, to review in cold blood the novel of your own stepmother. But this morning I am getting used to misfortunes.
It cuts me to the heart to hear you refer to any action of mine as a misfortune for you. Perhaps you would prefer that I should at once relieve you of my presence.
Decidedly yes. That is, if Christine thinks she can do without the fifth act of that caress which I interrupted.
The curtain was already falling, madam.
Very well.
To Adrian,
Good day.
As a stepson, I retire. As the special of the Daily Snail, I must insist on reminding. A special of the Daily Snail is incapable of being snubbed. He knows what he wants, and he gets it, or he ceases to be a special of the Daily Snail.
I esteem the press, and though I should prefer an existence of absolute privacy, I never refuse its demands. I sacrifice myself to my public, freely acknowledging that a great artist has no exclusive right to the details of his own daily life. A great artist belongs to the world. What is it you want, Mr. Snail?
I want to know whether you care to say anything in reply to that article on medicine in fiction in the forum.
Sinking back in despair.
That article again.
Sitting up.
Tell me, do you know the author?
I do.
His name?
He is a friend of mine.
His name?
I'm informed that in writing it, he was actuated by the highest motives. His desire was not only to make a little money, but to revenge himself against a person who had deeply injured him. He didn't know much about medicine, being only a student, and probably the largest part of his arguments could not be sustained. But he knew enough to make a show, and he made it.
His name, I insist.
Adrian Spout or Prout. I have a poor memory.
Is it possible?
Monster!
Need I defend myself, Mamma? Consider what you had done to me. You had devastated my young heart, which was just unfolding to its first passion. You had blighted the springtime of the exquisite creature.
Looking at Christine, who is moved by the feeling in his tones.
The exquisite creature who was dearer to me than all the world. In place of the luxury of my late father's house, you offered me the street.
Yes, and Gower Street.
You, who should have gently fostered and encouraged the frail buds of my energy and intelligence, you cast me forth.
Cast them forth.
Cast them forth, untimely plucked, to wither and perhaps die in the deserts of a great city. And for what? For what?
Merely lest she should be deprived of my poor services. Ah, Mrs. Prout, can you wonder that Mr. Adrian should actively resent such conduct? You, with your marvellous knowledge of human nature.
Adrian, did you really write it?
Why, of course. You seem rather pleased than otherwise, Mamma.
After cogitating.
Oh, you didn't write it really. You were just boasting. It is a plot. A plot.
I can prove that I wrote it, since you impugn my veracity.
How can you prove it?
By producing the cheque which I received from the forum this very morning.
Produce it, and I will forgive all.
With a sign to Christine that he entirely fails to comprehend the situation.
I fly. It is in my humble attic round the corner. Back in 2 minutes.
Exit Adrian.
Christine, did he really write it?
Can you doubt his word? Was it for lying that you ejected the poor youth from this residence?
Oh, if he did.
Smiles.
Of course, Dr. Gardner has not called.
Yes, he was in about 20 minutes ago.
Agonized.
Did you give him my note?
No,
Oh, thank heaven.
I had not copied it out, so I read it to him.
You read it to him?
Yes, that seemed the obvious thing to do.
In black despair.
All is over.
Sinks back. Enter Dr. Gardner hastily.
Again?
Excited.
I was looking out of the window of my flat when I saw Adrian tear along the street. I said to myself, a man, even a reporter, only runs like that when a doctor is required and urgently required. Someone is ill, perhaps my darling Cora, so I flew upstairs.
With a shriek.
Dr. Gardner!
You are indeed ill, my beloved.
Approaching her.
What is the matter?
Waving him off.
It is nothing, Doctor. Could you get me some salts? I have mislaid mine. Ah.
Salts! In an instant.
Exit Dr. Gardner.
Christine, you said you read my note to Dr. Gardner.
Yes, Mrs. Prout.
His behaviour is singular in the extreme. He seems positively overjoyed, while the freedom of his endearing epithets. What were the precise terms I used? Read me the note.
Yes, Mrs. Prout.
Reads demurely.
The answer to your question is yes, with a capital N.
Yes, with a capital N?
Calmly.
I mean with a capital Y.
Christine and Mrs. Prout look steadily at each other. Then they both smile. Enter Dr. Gardner, handing the salts.
You are sure you are not ill?
Smiling at him radiantly.
I am convinced of it. Christine, will you kindly reach me down the dictionary from that shelf?
While Christine's back is turned, Dr. Gardner gives and Mrs. Prout returns a passionate kiss. Handing dictionary.
Here it is, Mrs. Prout.
After consulting it.
I thought I could not be mistaken. Christine, you have rendered me a service.
Regarding her affectionately.
A service for which I shall not forget to express my gratitude. But I am obliged to dismiss you instantly from my service.
Dismiss me, madam.
Cora, can you be so cruel?
Alas, yes. She has sinned the secretarial sin which is beyond forgiveness. She has misspelt.
Impossible.
It is too true.
Tell me the sad details.
She has been guilty of spelling no with a Y.
Dear me, and a word of one syllable, too. Miss Feversham, I should not have thought it of you.
Enter Adrian, as he hands a cheque for Mrs. Prout's inspection.
Here again, doctor?
Yes, and to stay.
Adrian, the doctor and I are engaged to be married. And talking of marriage, you observe that girl there in the corner? Take her and marry her at the earliest convenient moment. She is no longer my secretary.
What? You consent?
I consent.
And you pardon my article?
No, my dear Adrian. I ignore it. Here, take your ill-gotten gains.
Returning cheque.
They will bring you no good. And since they will bring you no good, I have decided to allow you the sum of £500 a year. You must have something.
Stepmother?
Advancing to take Mrs. Prout's hand.
Stepmother-in-law.
Cora, you are an angel.
Merely an artist, my dear Tom, merely an artist. I have the dramatic sense, that is all.
Your sense is more than dramatic. It is common. It is even hoarse. What about the snail special, mummy?
My attitude is one of strict silence.
But I must go away with something.
Strict silence? The attack is beneath my notice.
But what can I say?
Say that Mrs. Prout's late secretary, Miss Feversham, having retired from her post, has already entered upon a career of original literary composition. It will be a nice newsy item, won't it?
Taking out notebook.
Rather. What is she at work on?
Oh, well, I scarcely...
I know. Hysteria in lady novelists.
What?
To Christine.
Didn't you tell me so?
Of course I didn't, Doctor. What a shocking memory you have. It is worse than my spelling.
Then what did you say?
I said generosity in lady novelists.
Curtain. End of The Stepmother by Arnold Bennett.
The Woman Tamer by Louise Essen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrator, read by Christine G.
Katie. Read by Libby Gone.
Chopsy Ryan, Thief and Busker, read by Algie Pug.
Smithy the Liar, read by Peter Tucker.
Constable Jones.
Front room of Katie's cottage. Front door and window open on narrow lane. Another door leads to inner room. A plain table, horsehair sofa, sideboard, some cheap ornaments, etc. Katie, a good-looking young woman, reclining on sofa, smokes a cigarette and looks over a sporting paper. She turns round eagerly as Chopsy Ryan enters. Chopsy is fat and lazy, an unsuccessful thief, but a street musician and a pessimist philosopher. He enters singing, and seems pleased with himself.
How's it going?
You leave it to me, little bird.
Did you put up the job with Shipmate?
You would like to know, wouldn't you?
What is it? Jewellery?
Phew. Don't blab.
Can't you give a civil answer to a civil question?
Run away, fairy, and cool your head.
He takes coat off slowly.
Did you ferret out anything?
Perhaps.
You might tell us, Chopsy. Don't be oyster. I won't word nobody, not me.
He sings another line, throwing coat at hooks on wall. It falls. He turns and moves towards sofa.
What's the strength of it? I've been waiting all afternoon to hear how you got on. Don't be a nark.
Give it a breeze.
Come on, Chops. Tell us all about it. What's doing?
Why don't you give your tongue half an hour off?
Growl, snarl. You ought to be in your kennel. Did he take you on? What'd he say? My oath, we want a few bones in their truck.
Put a rope round it and drown it.
Curse ye, I got a right to know. Ain't I been keeping you?
Blast you. I know what I'm doing, don't I?
Ow, you was turned down again, was you? Shipmate wouldn't have you on his mind.
Shut your jaw. Pick me coat up and don't...
Look here, I'm getting sick of this. You mess up everything.
Oh, it's hot. Don't bustle me. Pick me coat up.
I ain't your servant, am I?
Pick me coat up. Do you hear me?
Why don't you get work? You ain't no decent thief.
You know too much, don't you?
Fat lot you ever done. I ain't seen you dive on no red lot. I ain't seen you stoush no rozzer. I ain't even heard about you in the Herald for snowdropping. Oh no, not you. You ply their organ.
D'ye think I tell women my biz?
You ain't got none. You couldn't get a job roasting peanuts. You couldn't offside in a fourpenny fish joint.
You can't kid me. I know what women is.
You was proud to get on with me.
Good blimey, proud? I could have had Fishy Liz.
Fishy Liz. Can she keep her bloke?
You ain't the only silver fish in the pond.
You're all talk. Bongo Wilson got 9 months for topping off a mug of chows with a bottle. He passed out 4 of 'em.
You know, I've been seeing Shipmate, don't you?
Rats. Bongo didn't talk and skite about it. He done it.
Look here, pick me coat up.
What can you do? You busk outside their pubs for beer. How? You're a boshter with their tarts, ain't you? Singing your pretty songs. I ain't seen you bringin' much anyhow. There ain't nothing in music. I don't flash no silk skirts. I don't drive no motor car since I took you on. All you get away with couldn't keep me in fags.
D'ye hear me? Pick me coat up.
Look here, Chopsy Ryan.
I ain't going to argue the point with you. I don't argue with women.
I don't argue with women. Now, strike me pretty.
Oh, God blimey, chain it up.
Why don't you get work? Work. That's all you're fit for.
Pick me coat up.
Do your own dirty work.
Chopsy, with a cigarette in mouth, rises slowly and takes a step towards Katy,
D'ye hear me?
putting stool in front of her.
Yes, I hears you. What about it?
Chopsy, in moving after her, knocks over stool, while Katy slips behind table.
Come here, curse ya.
Katy, accepting his challenge, comes from behind table and boldly faces him.
I'm here, blast you. What's your trouble?
I'll pass you one to go on with, if you don't.
What'll you do?
Chopsy raises his hand. Katy involuntarily draws back slightly. Chopsy follows her.
I've a good mind to throttle you, d'ye hear?
Grabs hold of her.
Ow! Ow!
You're squealing now, are you?
Gives her a half-hearted shove. Katy, with hands before her eyes, pretends to weep.
Bah! Why don't you behave yourself? You will nag at a man. He put me all in a haze. I didn't want to hurt you. Struth, turn it up.
Katy still weeps.
You brought it on yourself now, didn't you? I didn't mean to hurt you, I tell you. I ain't one of them blokes, Katy.
Katy bursts out laughing.
Hurt me? You couldn't hurt me, you waster.
Moves up to door of inner room.
Hurt? A thing like you.
She kicks coat.
You ain't over the fence yet. I don't argue with women, oh blimey.
Exit Katy into inner room. Chopsy picks up coat and hangs it on hooks. Katy, from inner room, sings a few lines of one of Chopsy's songs.
Why don't you strangle it right off? You're murdering it, anyhow.
Don't be hasty, Clarence. You'll strain your pretty voice, and you won't be able to busk no more of their tarts.
You give a man the joes.
He ain't very strong since he had chicken pox.
Go and sleep it off.
He can't stand excitement. He's got a weak heart.
Katy enters humming. with Jem's straw hat on, confident and scornful. She picks up her basket.
Where are you going?
Don't talk to me. A nice sort of thing you are.
You brought it on yourself now, didn't you? I don't job women.
You only make me tired.
Where are you going?
You'll find out soon enough.
Hurry up with me tea.
Don't you worry. I'll come back all right. Bright and early, too.
Take the acid off.
You won't be nervous by yourself, will you?
Exit Katie front door.
Get a move on.
Looking through window.
Cheer up, Birdie. Sing a little song to yourself. I'm going to bring you home a surprise.
Katie goes away.
Don't be all day spruiking.
He lies down on sofa. Smithy the liar comes to door with a couple of rabbits over his shoulder. Smithy is small, but well built and agile, keen-eyed and light-fingered, affable, but rather apologetic in voice and bearing. He is a pickpocket and spieler. He has a grey suit and green hat.
How is it, Chopsy?
That you, Smithy?
Looking down street.
Where's she lobbing?
Nowhere.
Ain't she a high stepper?
Smithy enters.
At a barney, Chopsy.
Tain't nothing.
Fair dinkum.
Tain't nothing, I tell you. I just put me hand on her.
Good blimey, eh?
I didn't hurt her. I ain't one of them blokes, Smithy.
How did she take it?
All right. Me and Kate's getting on splendid. I knew she was mine the first time I ever seen her. Look here, Smithy, it's this way. I know how to handle 'em. I've had experience. I've tamed one or two of the beauts.
I'd sooner tame one of them tigers down in the circus.
You don't know women. When I got on with Katie, I reckoned I'd be master in me own home.
I thought it was her place.
It's mine when I'm here, ain't it? You don't want to murder 'em, you know. I've got Katie anyhow, like a fantail. She'll do anything for me. Sit down, Smithy. How's things?
Pretty slow. Too many Johns. There's still a drop of beer left, though.
Any luck coming your way?
Luck? I don't mark no tickets with the Pats, I'll tell you. We was blowing down to Sorrento t'other day in one of them boats. I was with the Heart and Arrow push. Soon's we had a cook at the engines, good blimey, we was pinched. 5 of us. 2 of them smart D's nicked us for being suspicious-looking characters.
Relates his anecdote with explanatory gestures.
We was all hooked out and handcuffed together. The 5 of us was stood up in a row. Blimey, we did look a lot of mugs. We smothered up the derbies, of course, and started wording the tarts. We was on a good wicket when Pete says to his bit of fluff, "Would you like to see a real solid bracelet, ducky?" "Yes, I would," she says to Pete. "Here you are then," says Pete, and with that he lifted his hands and shook the bracelets in her face. She did do a bunk. The fireman wanted to stand us a couple of bottles of beer, but the John says, "Now," the cow. Oh, blimey, I ain't got no luck.
Working?
Hawking.
Can't you make your living at the game?
It's hard to make a living now without work.
Don't you be a mug. What you get out of it?
I'm hawking for Carlo on commission.
I'd sooner bring a moon than work for a dirty dago.
I don't want to go up to the farm.
I'm getting full up. I've been singing all over the town. They all like to hear me sing, but they don't sling much into their hat.
The brass don't seem to come my way.
I'm going to turn it up. They don't let a busker live. I was talking with old shipmate this afternoon. We're all thieves, he says, every bleeding one of us. We're all at the same game, so long as we ain't found out. We're all taking the mugs down. One bloke, he says, does the trick with a silk hat on the stock exchange, and a shyster mine. Would do it with a jemmy. It's funny, ain't it?
Yes.
We're the mugs if we don't get a bit of our own back.
I fell in. 9 months I done. I was dead innocent.
Get out, you liar.
I was dead innocent. They'll all tell you that.
All men has a right to live. Honesty may be the best policy in the two-up school, but it won't keep a busker in shandies. Ugh, mugs are made to drink out of, ain't they?
Yes.
Well, drain 'em dry. It don't hurt me to do it.
Blimey, I fell in a bird.
What's the odds? It's a free life. It's better than bone grubbing and washing bottles, ain't it? Have you found out anything?
I'm having a cook round.
Nothing doing?
Nah, I ain't tumbled to nothing yet. I've only been out 3 weeks.
Come here, Smithy. I know something.
Yes? How's a fag, Chopsy?
Chopsy gives cigarette. Smithy lights up.
Me and Shipmate talked it over this afternoon. Shipmate don't do his block.
He's getting a bit old, though.
He's a shrewdhead, he is. He's the daddy of the lot, let me tell you. We put up a tidy little job down at St Kilda. We won a cove with a steady nerve to help us. Ought to suit you, Smithy.
Yes, but I fell in. I never done a job I didn't fall for.
We've got the strength of it. It's all planned by old Shipmate under the lap. All you got to do is carry it out.
Oh, is that all? I've only got to carry it out.
Yes, it's a sweet thing. You know the big house, the one with the green shutters?
Constable Jones passes window. The constable is a young athletic man, tall and strong.
Yow! Idjit! Here's Big Jones, the cow.
Ugh.
Constable looks in at door.
Good day, Mr. Jones.
Hello, Chopsy. How is it, Smithy?
Constable enters.
Pretty hot outside, ain't it?
Yes. I saw Katie down the street.
Did she say anything?
No. I saw her buying a crayfish off the barrow.
Ah, she said she'd bring me home a surprise. Crayfish, eh? I know a bit about women, Mr. Jones. They're funny, ain't they? It all depends how you treat 'em.
Been having that argument, Chopsy?
Nah, 'tain't nothing.
That's right. Have you heard who's out today?
Nah, who?
Bongo Wilson.
Bongo?
Yes. Wasn't he on with Katie before?
I don't know. Ugh, the bloke what assaulted a blind man.
Bongo's a tough snag. He can fight a bit, and he'll be pretty fresh after his air and exercise.
Who said he could fight?
I saw him knock out Bunny Thompson in 5 rounds at the Cyclorama.
He has a terrible solid left.
You're right. It got him 9 months. You were in with Bongo, weren't you, Smithy?
Yes, Mr. Jones.
How did he take it? It was his first stretch in the jug.
Rotten. I done model with him.
Huh? A bad-tempered gentleman, I've marked him. You better watch yourself, Chopsy.
What can he do?
The tarts will be dead nuts on him when they know he's out. They pinched you all right, Smithy.
I was dead innocent. They'll all tell you that.
How did you fall in?
Got rung into the pool somehow. I couldn't drop my bundle, could I?
What were you doing in that yard? There was nothing there.
Something pretty good wasn't fur off.
I see. You would have taken a hand in that then.
Well, Mr. Jones, I can't afford to miss a chance. It ain't likely.
You'll have to get busy soon, Smithy. The law's strict nowadays.
I've only been out 3 weeks.
You're qualifying for a stiff for the crust.
What have I done, Mr. Jones?
Nothing that I know of. That's why you'll get it. You're likely to bring a sixer. I'm warning you.
God blimey, Mr. Jones, ain't you seen me hawking?
Hawking?
Yes, Mr. Jones. I ain't in smoke. You'll see me at 4 o'clock any morning, down at the market, buying me rabbits. That ain't fair. That ain't justice. Look here, Mr. Jones.
Showing his hands proudly.
I'm getting blisters on me hands.
They're more used to picking pockets than skinning rabbits.
That's red hot. You can't book me for the vag. Good day, Mr. Jones. I've got to mend me barra.
Casually.
You'll see me any morning down at the market. Bye-bye, Chopsy. See you after.
Righto.
Remember me to Katie. Tell her I always loved her.
At door.
God blimey, Mr. Jones. Give a man a chance.
Exit Smithy the liar, pushing Barrow past door and calling Wild Rabbit.
Wild rabbit, oh.
Smithy's trying to do his little bit.
What are you doing yourself, Chopsy?
Katie's working, doing a bit of washing. I still busk outside the pub over the organ.
I haven't heard you this week.
I got a cold. I'm learning a new song, Mr. Jones. It's another Doreen. I don't care for comics. They all tell me I ought to stick to ballads.
Getting on well together?
Yes, all right. I know how to handle women.
You're a philosopher, Chopsy.
You want to be master in your own home.
You're a cleverer man than I am, Chopsy, if you can do that.
Yes, I've tamed 1 or 2 of 'em. You don't want to knock 'em about, Mr. Jones. Humour 'em. Katie'll do anything for me.
Katie passes window.
Hello, here's Katie now.
Katie enters proudly, carrying basket.
Good day, Katie.
Glad to see you, Mr. Jones. Pretty stuffy in here, ain't it?
Katie puts down basket by sideboard, takes off hat, etc.
You're looking well, though. What's this? Expecting visitors?
You never know what's going to happen.
That's so. You never can tell. I might happen to drop on Chopsy any day now to see what he's doing for a living.
Hope you do. Good riddance to bad rubbish.
That's a bullseye for you, Chopsy.
I've got her beat.
Taking out watch.
I'll have to be going now.
Turning round at door.
Did you hear anything of old shipmate lately?
Nah, I ain't heard nothing of him.
Well, it's funny. I saw you down the street this afternoon with him.
Nah, you never seen me with him.
It's a Kathleen Mavernine, you know. It may be for years or it may be forever. You better watch yourself. Good day, Katie.
Good day, Mr. Jones. Look in any time you're passing. Glad to see you.
Thanks, Katie. Be good. So long, Chopsy.
Good day, Mr. Jones.
Constable goes out, whistling.
That's right, lay the tea. I'm hungry.
Katie is busy at the sideboard. She polishes things. She hums a little. She sets down knives, forks, etc. She tries 2 or 3 different arrangements of the crockery, till her decorative sense is satisfied. In a bowl in the centre of the table she places a bunch of baronia. From the basket she takes out a loaf of bread, a piece of cake, a crayfish, etc. Chopsy's eyes goggle.
How is it, Katie? What's up? Blimey, you've cleaned the knives. Cake? Struth, we are oddies. Baronia? Are you expecting the gourd mare for tea? Where'd you pinch the lovely cray? Ain't he Bosca? It's like a trip to the seaside. It's all right, Katie. It's time we had a banquet. Things ain't been too good with us. Hello, what's this? Beer. Glorious.
Keep your hands off.
What? Look here, Katie.
Talk to your equals.
I get lots of things for you, Katie. I want to get 'em for you. They don't sling much into the hat for singing to them. I don't forget how you stuck to me.
Blow the froth off.
Straight, I've had a bit of luck at last.
Eyeing table.
It ain't for you, nor nobody like you.
Now, don't start nagging or I'll...
What'll you do? I'm sick of the sight of your ugly dial.
Katie, ain't we got on well together? I done all I could to help you. It ain't my fault.
What sort of life can the likes of you give a woman? I made a bloomer when I took you on. Precious little happiness I've had in the world. This ain't the life what I want.
I bring you in all I get, don't I? I don't get lathered on the takings, do I?
Your music, that's how I fell in. I'm sick of you, and your music, and your buskin, and your organ, yes, and your flashy cobbler, and your fringe, and your...
Gives a kiss. Come here.
Chopsy tries to kiss her. Katie breaks away.
No, you don't, me buck. None of that game with me.
What the blazin'?
No liberties from you.
Gord's truth, Katie, what the hell?
Don't be making your tarts jealous.
Strike me blind, Katie. You're off your nut. Look here.
You ain't no proper man. You're a ornament.
I didn't mean to hurt you. I ain't that sort.
You couldn't earn a plate of hot peas.
Now, don't go crook, Katie. You remember that picnic we had down the bay? The first time I ever seen you. I never loved nobody but you. God strike me dead.
Gone, none of that. That's all dead and buried. I'm done with you, you smudger. I ain't going to keep a fat lazy loafer like you.
Blast you, me luck's turned, I tell you.
Lob off, now.
Don't sling off. Ain't I had enough trouble?
It's a shame, ain't it? Get back to your organ.
Asserting himself.
I've had enough of this. I'll tame you, be cripes.
You'll tame me, will you? Gone, you couldn't tame white mice.
What do you mean?
This is what I mean. Git.
Puzzled.
I don't mean to argue.
Don't waste your time. You can take your clearance from me now.
Katie throws him his coat from hooks.
Pack up your duds. The furniture's mine, and the house is in my name.
It's this way, Katie.
Nah, it ain't.
Pointing to door.
It's that way.
What do you mean?
With deadly deliberation.
This is what I mean. A better man nor you, or 2 of you, is coming out today.
What? Bongo?
Yes, Bongo Wilson. It's God's truth. You don't like it, do you?
Look here, I'll give up busking if you like. I put up a job with Shipmate.
Why didn't you say so before? It's too late now.
Gives a chance, Katie.
You've had your chance. You've done it in.
I've been so happy, Katie, ever since I got on with you. You don't forget that day out at Greensborough when you said you loved me? God blimey, you can't forget.
You ain't a bad sort, Chopsy.
I ain't been too good to you, I know. I want to make it up. Look, we'll have real bonds of times going out together. I'll take you to all the dances. What?
It's all over now. You can't ring the charges on me.
Strike me balmy, I didn't mean to punch you, Katie.
You? Punch? Bongo's the bloke what can punch.
Katie.
Nah, you're out of bounds.
Facing the position.
So you want to give me the chuck? Me for Bongo Wilson?
With some touch of pity.
Yes, you've done your dash, Chopsy.
Bongo? The beer sparrow?
He'll spar with you any day of the week.
He's a bloke what bashes women.
You're jealous, ain't you? Well, me and Bongo's fixed it up again. He'll be here any minute now.
Struth, I'll murder you.
Don't get rattled. You ain't very strong, you know.
Making a last appeal.
Listen, Katie, I can't give you up. I love you, I do. I can't live without you. It's lonely on you, Pat. God blimey, I couldn't love nobody but you, Katie. Me luck's turned, I tell you. I'll get the stuff. We'll start all over again. We'll have the bonds of times. We'll be sweethearts. Yes, just as we used to be.
Moving towards her.
You been kidding me, Katie. I knew you didn't mean it.
A buck's whistle is heard outside.
Here's Bongo.
Chopsy stands helpless and perplexed.
Git.
Pointing dramatically to door.
God's truth, Katie.
Bongo passes window.
Scarp off.
Bongo, a powerful, square-set man, dressed in a blue sweater, with cap and black silk muffler, bulldog-jawed, clean-shaven, jail-cropped, smiling and confident, comes to door.
Come in, Bongo.
Bongo enters, silent and masterful. He stares at Chopsy.
Take no notice of him. You ain't no busker, are you, Bongo?
To the terror-stricken Chopsy, who picks up coat and hat.
Get out, you cow.
Bongo makes a step towards Chopsy. Katie clutches his arm.
Don't dirty your hands on him, Bongo.
To Chopsy.
See if you can get on with Fishy Liz. She's fond of music.
Chopsy makes for door, while Bongo finds him out.
Blimey, you're looking pink. How'd they treat you? Have you got your punch back, Bongo? Sit down.
Bongo takes seat at table. Katie puts crayfish on plate, etc.
Have a bit of cray, Bongo. Better than hominy, eh? We'll stick together, Bongo. When are you going to fight in the owls? Ain't you feeling peckish? This is what you want.
She produces jug of beer and fills large glass.
Here you are, Bongo. It'll do you good. Have you taste first? You're the bloke, Bongo.
Bongo drains glass, stretches out arms, and drags Katie to him as the curtain falls. End of The Woman Tamer by Louis Essen.
Dead Timber by Louis Essen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dead Timber. Characters. Narrated by Avai.
Selector or farmer. Read by Algie Pug.
Joe.
Abe, read by Peter Tucker.
Wife, read by Christine G.
Mary by Mary Kay.
The scene is outside a slab hut in the middle of a half-cleared selection in the Gippsland bush. A form outside hut with pots, pans, etc. Against hut a shed with separator. A muddy track leading to cow yard. Logs, stumps, etc. In distance a steep hillside covered with dead trees. An early winter's morning. Enter farmer with lighted lantern. He moves round, calling.
Cow time. Cow time. Joe. Joe. Abe. Stir your lazy bones there. Roll out, Joe, and get the cows in. Things are coming to a pretty pass when the old man has to be first up to call you. Cow time. Do you hear? Cow time.
No hurry, Dad. 'Tain't 5:30 yet.
It'll be broad daylight soon.
No, it ain't.
Get out of that now, and none of your back talk to me.
Ain't they up?
I'll show you all who's boss on this here selection.
Enter Joe, a red-headed boy of 11.
Get the milkers in. Don't stand there rubbing your eyes.
It's pitch dark.
What are you waiting for?
I can't see. How am I to?
Did you hear me talking to you? Didn't I tell you to bring in them milkers?
How's it for the lantern?
You don't want no lantern. Be off with you.
Joe, whimpering.
Yes, I do. A man can't see his way down to the gully this sort of a morning.
What are you grumbling out there? You know where the cows are.
I'll be breaking me leg in a rabbit burrow. That's what I'll be a-doing.
You ain't done it yet, and you ain't gonna do it this morning, are you?
Enter Abe, 24 years old, but half-witted, slowly and sheepishly.
We'll have more rain today.
Farmer to Joe.
Off with you now. We won't get the milk separated till dinner time.
You can't expect a man to be like a traction engine.
Be off, or I'll liven you up.
Joe whistles for the dogs and goes out, calling, "Ear Ben, Ear Ben, good dog."
You can run them steers into the market today.
Road's bogged.
Go and chuck 'em up a handful of hay now. They want freshening up.
I ain't had my morning lunch.
Ain't Mary up yet?
No.
What's she doing?
Getting up.
A nice family I've reared. What are you sulking at?
Let them steers wait till I've had a bite of tucker.
You'll drive me mad, you mumbling idiot.
I ain't going to the market today.
You'll end your days humping Bluey like an old swaggy. That's what you'll be doing. Nice sort of thing for me son to come to.
The road's bogged.
Be off now. Joe'll have the cows in before you're back.
Abe goes out slowly. Enter wife, careworn but resigned.
Has Joe gone for the cows yet?
Yes. And a nice job I've had to rouse him out.
And did you remember to tell Abe to bring up the sick cow? She was lying down under the shokes of the creek when I saw her last night.
I forgot. I can't think of nothing this morning.
And, Dad, you better send Abe to look at the lambs, for I heard the dingoes howling quite close to the house.
I'm losing heart, Mum. Ain't Mary up yet?
Oh, long ago.
Mary was out again last night.
Never mind, Dad.
I dunno what I'm doing this morning. What could have sent her out on a night like that, except sin?
She was only seeing after the sick cow.
The rain poured. There was thunder and lightning. The ranges were all lit up. I looked out, and there I seen a big tree struck by the lightning. It was a judgment of God. Mary'll be struck dead.
I tell you, she only went down the paddock to cover up the sick cow.
My God, if a girl of mine brought shame and ruin on the family.
Dad!
I done me best, Mum.
You're not well this morning.
It's poor land and hard to make a living.
Well, when we get the new road, things will brighten up. What's Abe doing?
I dunno. My head's spinning round. Things are going on behind me back. No good'll come of it. I heard something about that young Andy Wilson, the horsebreaker, who's living in a tent by the Magpie.
What did you hear?
Mary's been seen out with him.
It's a lonely place for a woman. Girls must have a peep of pleasure.
Pleasure is sin.
I'll warn her, Dad. I'll take care Mary comes to no harm.
They must be sweethearting down the gully.
No, you don't know what you're saying.
He ain't a respectable, hard-working man that wants to marry and settle down. He knocks round the country like a sundowner. He'll ruin my girl. He'll ruin her.
A tinkle of cowbells.
Do you hear the bells in the shrub?
Why did we ever rear a family?
Don't say that, Dad. I bore them for you to be a comfort to you in your old age.
Our family ain't no comfort. Look at Joe. He ain't got no respect for me. He'll come to a bad end. Abe's a shingle short. When we've lost Dom and little Sarah. And Mary, me favourite daughter.
You're upset, Dad. You mustn't believe the gossip you hear at the market.
I'll wait for them tonight. I'll follow Mary down the back paddock. I'll take me gun. If Andy Wilson comes up, I'll shoot him, as God is my judge, and I'll shoot myself after.
Enter Mary at door. She is a young woman of 20. Mary at door.
Lunch is ready.
Come in, Dad, and have a cup of tea.
You're up at last, are you? What sort of time is this to be getting up?
Cows aren't up yet.
You like to lie lazy abed and let us do the work.
I'm tired.
What right have you to be tired? You're a young woman now, and should be a real help to us all.
I'm tired of the cows. I'm tired of the bush.
You should have been a lady, that's what you should have been. Poor hard-working people like us ain't good enough for the likes of you.
Come in, Dad.
The education we give you, that's what spoiled you. You don't know when you're well off.
Yes, I do. I'm not well off living in the bush. Oh, I hate the bush.
Exit Mary into house.
Come on, Dad.
Did you hear what Mary said? She defied me. My own family's turned again me.
Enter Abe.
The creek's flooded.
The seed'll be washed away. Everything going again me.
Why didn't you bring up the sick cow?
It's dead. It was all swelled up.
Sound of bells.
Hurry up, Abe. The cows are in.
What are you staring at?
I ain't going to take them steers into the market today.
Exit Abe into house.
I'm beat. They're all again me. I'll get the cans.
Exit Farmer into shed. Bells tinkling and Joe calling.
Gee on, Brindle. Here, boy. Sulam, fetch 'em on. Gee on, Baldy Face. Hi there, Rosie. What you doing? Gee on. Gee on.
Enter Farmer with cans.
What's Joe been up to?
It's hard to find the cows in the scrub.
Enter Joe.
Have you been having another sleep?
The cars have been in the shed for hours. It ain't my fault if they ain't finished before dinner time.
Go and get a snack, Joe.
Be quick as you like, and get a move on down to the shed.
You can't blame me if they ain't done.
Exit Joe into house.
I've worked hard and tried to bring the family up honest, but I'm getting old now and worn out, and they don't take no notice of me.
It'll all come right, Dad. We're getting the place cleared now.
It's only half cleared. There's too much rubbish and thick undergrowth. For bare living, that's the best we can hope for.
Exit Farmer with cans. Enter Mary.
Will I chop up some of the meat?
Yes.
Mary takes meat from bran bag hanging above form.
I'll peel the potatoes.
They sit down on form outside hut.
Isn't it cold and gloomy, Mother?
Enter Abe.
The road's bogged.
Gets bucket.
Dad's waiting for you.
We're going to have more rain.
Exit Abe with bucket.
Yes, it's always raining here. The mud's a foot deep when you tramp through it. I hate the dripping trees and the black ranges. Oh, I hate winter. It's all mud and slush and gloom and misery.
We must take what we get and be satisfied.
But it's so lonely and melancholy here with the bush all around, and the dreary scrub and the dead timber. We're too far from the township.
I've got used to the loneliness, Mary. Dad says there's a free life in the bush.
What freedom do I get? Dad expects me to work day and night and never go anywhere or talk to anybody. I can't go on forever like this. I'm not free. I can't breathe.
Dad is angry with you this morning.
He's always angry with me now. Haven't I done my share of the work?
You've been a good girl. Dad's kind-hearted if he's rough-spoken. He's had a lot of trouble clearing the place. He's getting old.
I'm not frightened of him.
He knows you were out last night in the rain and thunder. He's worrying about it. Dad's a God-fearing man, and there's been some talk of young Andy Wilson. No, I'm not blaming you, Mary.
What if there is? I don't want to leave you, Mother. But I want to change away from the cows and the mucky yards. I don't know what I want.
Don't get such ideas in your silly head. When do I ever get to change? I haven't had a spell for 11 years. What with milking and churning and washing and scrubbing, keeping the place in order. Yes, and cutting scrub and burning off when it's wanted, and patching and darning for you all. I'm butcher and baker and tailor.
Yes, Mother, I know. I'm so sorry for you. And I'm so sorry for Dad. I'm sorry for anybody living in the bush.
But what's the use of fretting?
Enter Joe from house.
Hurry up, Joe.
I'm coming. Give a man a chance to have a bite.
Get your bucket now.
Joe gets bucket.
The old man's as cross as a skewer ball this morning. I'm getting full up. If he growls at me, I'll clear out.
Be quick, Joe.
I'm going, ain't I? They put all the graft onto me.
Exit Joe with bucket.
Why were we brought up here to live in the lonely bush? The hills close us in. You're getting worn out, Mother, and I do want to help you. And Dad's breaking down with the hard work and worry. The world isn't all misery like this, is it, Mother?
Don't talk like that, Mary. It's wicked.
We're all like the dead trees on the hill. I wish the sun would come up.
What's the matter, Mary? Tell Mother. I won't be angry.
I can't.
You were out last night with Andy Wilson?
Yes.
I'm not angry, Mary, but I must warn you. Young girls are easily led away.
He told me all the places he has seen. He's been up in New South Wales and Queensland on the big stations, breaking horses for the rich squatters.
Be careful, Mary.
And he often goes to the city. Isn't the city better than the bush?
You mustn't believe what men say. The city's a wicked place, where girls are deceived. It's better in the bush. Here's Abe with the can.
I'm ready.
Enter Abe with can. The women go to separator. Abe puts down can. Wife pours milk into bucket and bucket into separator. Mary works the machine.
I hope we can get the cream away.
The old man's grunting like a pig.
Exit Abe.
You're white, Mary.
It's nothing.
I'll do that, Mary.
Offering to take her place.
I'm all right, Mother.
I don't want to be hard, Mary. I know how lonely it is here, with nobody to see.
One day passes like another.
We'll take a run over to Doran's on Sunday.
If you like, Mother.
And promise you won't see Andy Wilson any more.
Oh, Mother! I can't. I must see him. I couldn't live if I didn't.
I don't trust that man. You mustn't believe the things men say.
It's too late, Mother.
I want to protect you. I'm just warning you, Mary.
It's too late, Mother.
What is that, Mary? You don't mean it.
Women stare at each other.
Oh, don't send me away.
Enter Farmer.
Loafing again.
Don't be angry, Dad.
Ain't I a right to be angry when me own children turns agin me? Everything's going wrong on me. Baldy face kicked and broke the leg rope.
That's nothing. I'll find you another bit of rope.
I'll get it.
Exit wife into house. Mary is about to follow when he stops her.
Oh, I want a word with you, young woman.
What do you want to know?
Weren't you out last night?
Never mind.
You've been sneaking down to the Myrtle Gully.
What if I have?
The dawn comes up, revealing the hut, the muddy track, and the dead trees on the hill.
Ain't you ashamed to look me in the face?
No, I'm not ashamed.
You're sweethearting with young Andy Wilson. I heard tell of it. Deny it if you can.
No, I won't. I saw Andy last night if you want to know.
He's a fine young fella, ain't he? breaking horses and knocking about the country and trying to ruin respectable girls and spending his money in drink.
Don't you dare talk like that about Andy Wilson. I won't let you. I'll see him if I like.
Don't dare me. I'll watch for you. I'll shoot him if he brings disgrace on a child of mine. What are you smiling at?
He's my man.
What do you say?
He's my man. He loves me. Now you know.
You're telling me a lie.
It's the truth. I'm not frightened of you. I'll go away with him if he asks me to.
You'll be struck dead. You'll burn in hellfire. Don't laugh at me or I'll...
Mary, hysterical.
Don't touch me. I'll kill you if you do. I'll have to go away. Would you keep my child?
What do you say?
You wouldn't keep my child.
A child? Lord have mercy on us.
It's his child.
It's a lie. You're lying to me, Mary. Say you're telling me a lie. I'll forgive you.
It's the truth.
God help us. What are you doing here? Out of this. Get quit of me sight. Take yourself off and your child of sin.
Yes, I'll go. He'll be in his tent now. He'll take me away.
Enter wife.
My own daughter. Why did I rear her?
It's all a mistake, Dad.
I'll have to go, Mother. I can't stay here.
Don't leave us, Mary.
Dad sent me away. Goodbye, Mother.
Dad didn't mean it.
I wanted to tell you, Mother. I couldn't help it. I can't stay here. I'll have to go. I'm not afraid. I'm a woman now. He'll take me away.
Exit Mary. Farmer sits down dazed on log.
Come back, Mary.
She goes to gate, calling to Mary, then comes back to Farmer.
What have you done?
I don't know. My head's cracked.
Mary'll come back.
I'm beat, Mum. The bushes beat me.
Mary'll come back.
Goes to gate and calls,
Mary, come back.
We'll have to cut down ferns today. We can't buy a bag of chaff in the district.
His voice and look bring wife to him. Wife trying to rouse him.
Don't look like that. You remember the big bushfire 5 years ago, when everything was burnt out? Fencing, grass seed, all but the house. We had to put blankets on the roof to save it.
I remember. My left shoulder's been no good to me since the log fell on it.
We started again, Dad.
I cleared that there hill 3 times.
Don't give in now. Everything will come right.
Ain't they finished milking?
They'll be finished soon.
Farmer, rising.
Where's Mary?
I'll bring her back. She won't leave us lonely.
She's gone. Me favourite daughter, to burn in hellfire, and a child of sin. I done me best. What am I working for? The bush has broken me up, and me own family's turned agin me. We won't get much for them steers. I'll track him out and shoot him. I can't bear disgrace. They're all agin me. I'll get me gun. Yes, I'll shoot him.
Exit Farmer into house.
What are you doing, Dad?
She moves after him, then turns and goes up to gate, calling,
Mary? Where are you, Mary?
A pause. A shot heard within house. Wife starts, screams and runs into house. Enter Joe. Wife comes to door.
My God! Quick! Call Mary!
Who fired the gun?
Dad!
What's up with the old man?
Dad shot himself.
Is he a dead 'un?
Call Mary! Call Abe!
Abe's no good.
What can we do? God help us all.
Enter Abe with bucket.
Where's Dad gone?
Shut up, you balmy idiot. Don't you know the old man shot himself?
Joe enters house.
We're left alone. Mary's gone away, and poor Dad shot himself. Oh, Abe! Shot himself through the head.
I ain't going to take them steers into the market today.
Wife rushes back to house. Abe moves slowly towards shed. Curtain. End of Dead Timber by Louis Essen.
The Wedding by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters: Yevdokim Zakharovich Zhigalov, a retired civil servant.
Read by Todd.
Nastasia Timofeyevna, his wife.
Read by Capricia Page.
Dashenka, their daughter.
Read by Christine G.
Epaminond Maximovich Aplombov, Dashenka's bridegroom.
Read by Ali Kozerani.
Fyodor Yakovlevich Revunov-Karaulov, a retired captain.
Read by Peter Tucker.
Andrei Andreevich Nunin, an insurance agent.
Read by Marianne Spiegel.
Anna Martinovna Zmiyukina, a midwife, aged 30, in a brilliantly red dress.
Read by Libby Gone.
Ivan Mikhailovich Yat, a telegraphist.
Read by Nick Richmond.
Harlampy Spiridonovich Dymba, a Greek confectioner.
Read by Rapunzelina.
Dmitry Stepanovich Mozgovoy, a sailor of the Imperial Navy volunteer fleet.
Read by Mary Kay.
Groomsmen.
Read by Elizabeth Klett.
Gentlemen.
Read by Lambda.
Read by Anastasia Saloha. Waiters.
Read by Lucy Perry.
Etc. Narrator. Read by Anastasia Saloha. The scene is laid in one of the rooms of Andronov's restaurant. A brilliantly illuminated room. A large table laid for supper. Waiters in dress jackets are fussing around the table. An orchestra behind the scene is playing the music of the last figure of a quadrille. Anna Martinovna Zmiyukina, Yat, and a groomsman cross the stage.
No, no, no.
Yat, following her.
Have pity on us. Have pity.
No, no, no.
Groomsman, chasing them.
You can't go on like this. Where are you off to? What about the Grand Ronde? Grand Ronde, s'il vous plaît.
They all go off. Enter Nastasia Timofeyevna and Aplombov.
You had better be dancing than upsetting me with your speeches.
I'm not a Spinoza or anybody of that sort to go making figures of 8 with my legs. I am a serious man, and I have a character, and I see no amusement in empty pleasures. But it isn't just a matter of dances. You must excuse me, maman, but there's a good deal in your behavior which I'm unable to understand. For instance, in addition to objects of domestic importance, you promised also to give me, with your daughter, 2 lottery tickets. Where are they?
My head's aching a little. I expect it's on account of the weather. If only it thawed.
You won't get out of it like that. I only found out today that those tickets are in pawn. You must excuse me, maman, but it's only swindlers who behave like that. I'm not doing this out of egoisticism. I don't want your tickets, but on principle, and I don't allow myself to be done by anybody. I've made your daughter happy, and if you don't give me the tickets today, I'll make short work of her. I'm an honorable man.
Nastasia Timofeyevna looks round the table and counts up the covers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The cook asks if you would like the ices served with rum, Madeira, or by themselves.
With rum. And tell the manager that there's not enough wine. Tell him to prepare some more eau sauterne.
To Nastasia Timofeyevna.
You also promised and agreed that a general was to be here to supper. And where is he?
That isn't my fault, my dear.
Whose fault, then?
It's Andrei Andreevich's fault. Yesterday he came to see us and promised to bring a perfectly real general. I suppose he couldn't find one anywhere, or he'd have brought him. You think we don't mind? We'd begrudge our child nothing. A general, of course.
But there's more. Everybody, including yourself, maman, is aware of the fact that Yat, that telegraphist, was after Dashenka before I proposed to her. Why did you invite him? Surely you knew it would be unpleasant for me.
Oh, how can you? Epaminondas Maximovitch was married himself only the other day, and you've already tired me and Dashenka out with your talk. What will you be like in a year's time? You are horrid, really horrid.
Then you don't like to hear the truth? Aha. Oh, then behave honorably. I only want you to do one thing. Be honorable.
Couples dancing the grand round come in at one door and out at the other end. The first couple are Dashenka with one of the groomsmen. The last are Yat and Zmiyukina. These two remain behind. Zhigalov and Dimba enter and go up to the table.
Promenade! Monsieur, promenade! Promenade!
The dancers have all left the scene. Yat to Zmiyukina.
Have pity, adorable Anna Martinovna.
Oh, what a man! I've already told you that I've no voice today.
I implore you to sing. Just one note. Have pity, just one note.
I'm tired of you.
Sits and fans herself.
No, you're simply heartless. To be so cruel, if I may express myself, and to have such a beautiful, beautiful voice. With such a voice, if you will forgive me using the word, you shouldn't be a midwife, but sing at concerts, at public gatherings. For example, how divinely you do that fioritura, that I loved you, love was vain then. Exquisite.
I loved you and may love again. Is that it?
That's it. Beautiful.
No, I've no voice today. There, wave this fan for me. It's hot.
To Aplombov.
Epaminondas Maximovitch, why are you so melancholy? A bridegroom shouldn't be. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, you wretch? What are you so thoughtful about?
Marriage is a serious step. Everything must be considered from all sides thoroughly.
What beastly skeptics you all are! I feel quite suffocated with you all around. Give me atmosphere, do you hear? Give me atmosphere.
Sings a few notes.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Fan me, or I feel I shall have a heart attack in a minute. Tell me, please, why do I feel so suffocated?
It's because you're sweating.
Phoo, how vulgar you are! Don't dare use such words.
Beg pardon. Of course, you're used, if I may say so, to aristocratic society and...
Oh, leave me alone. Give me poetry, delight. Fan me, fan me.
Zhigalov to Dimba.
Let's have another, what?
They drink.
One can always drink. So long only, Harlampis Perodonovitch, as one doesn't forget one's business. Drink and be merry. And if you can drink at someone else's expense, then why not drink? You can drink your health. And do you have tigers in Greece?
Yes.
And lions?
And lions too. In Russia there's nothing, and in Greece there's everything. My father and uncle and brothers, and here there's nothing.
And are there whales in Greece?
Yes, everything.
Nastasia Timofeevna to her husband.
What are they all eating and drinking like that for? It's time for everybody to sit down to supper. Don't keep on shoving your fork into the lobsters. They're for the general. He may come yet.
And are there lobsters in Greece?
Yes, there is everything.
And civil servants?
I can imagine what the atmosphere is like in Greece.
There must be a lot of swindling. The Greeks are just like the Armenians or gypsies. They sell you a sponge or a goldfish, and all the time they are looking out for a chance of getting something extra out of you. Let's have another, what?
What do you want to go on having another for? It's time everybody sat down to supper. It's past 11.
If it's time, then it's time. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Supper. Young people.
Dear visitors, please be seated.
Zmiyukina sitting down at the table.
Give me poetry. And he, the rebel, seeks the storm, as if the storm can give him peace. Give me a storm.
Yet aside.
Wonderful woman. I'm in love, up to my ears.
Enter Dashenka, Mozgovoi, groomsmen, various ladies and gentlemen, etc. They all noisily sit themselves at the table. There is a minute's pause while the band plays a march. Mozgovoi rising.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must tell you this. We are going to have a great many toasts and speeches. Don't let's wait, but begin at once. Ladies and gentlemen, the newly married.
The band plays a flourish. Cheers! Glasses are touched. Aplombov and Dashenka kiss each other.
Beautiful, beautiful. I must say, ladies and gentlemen, giving honour where it is due, that this room and the accommodation generally are splendid. Excellent, wonderful. Only, there's one thing we haven't got. Electric light, if I may say so. Into every country, electric light has already been introduced. Only Russia lags behind.
Electricity. In my opinion, electric lighting is just a swindle. They put a live coal in and think you don't see them. No, if you want a light, then you don't take a coal, but something real, something special that you can get hold of. You must have a fire, you understand, which is natural, not just an invention.
If you'd ever seen an electric battery and how it's made up, you would think differently.
Don't want to see one. It's a swindle, a fraud on the public. They want to squeeze our last breath out of us. We know, then, these. And, young man, instead of defending a swindle, you would be much better occupied if you had another yourself, and poured out some for other people. Yes!
I entirely agree with you, Papa. Why start a learned discussion? I myself have no objection to talking about every possible scientific discovery, but this isn't the time for all that.
To Dashenka.
What do you think, ma chère?
They want to show how educated they are, and so they always talk about things we can't understand.
Thank God we've lived our time without being educated, and here we are marrying our third daughter to an honest man. And if you think we're uneducated, then what do you want to come here for? Go to your educated friends.
I, Natasya Timofeyevna, have always held your family in respect, and if I did start talking about electric lighting, it doesn't mean that I'm proud. I'll drink to show you. I have always sincerely wished Darya Evdokimovna a good husband. In these days, Natasya Timofeyevna, it is difficult to find a good husband. Nowadays, everybody's on the lookout for a marriage where there is profit, money.
That's a hint.
Yet courage failing.
I wasn't hinting at anything. Present company is always accepted. I was only in general... Please, everybody knows that you're marrying for love. The dowry is quite trifling.
No, it isn't trifling. You be careful what you say. Besides 1,000 roubles of good money, we're giving 3 dresses, the bed, and all the furniture. You won't find another dowry like that in a hurry.
I didn't mean... The furniture's splendid, of course, and the dresses, but I never hinted at what they're getting offended at.
Don't you go making hints. We respect you on account of your parents, and we've invited you to the wedding. And here you go talking. If you knew that Epaminonda Maximovitch was marrying for profit, why didn't you say so before? I brought her up. I fed her. I nursed her. I cared for her more than if she was an emerald jewel. My little girl.
And you go and believe him? Thank you so much. I'm very grateful to you.
To Yet.
And as for you, Mr. Yet, although you are acquainted with me, I shan't allow you to behave like this in another's house. Please get out of this.
What do you mean?
I want you to be as straightforward as I am. In short, please get out.
Band plays a flourish.
Leave
Sit
him alone.
down. Is it
Let
worth
him
it?
be.
Stop
Stop it now.
I don't understand. Please, I'll go. Only you first give me the 5 roubles which you borrowed from me last year on the strength of a pink waistcoat, if I may say so. Then I'll just have another drink and go. Only give me the money first.
Sit down.
That's enough.
Is it worth it? Just for such trifles?
The health of the bride's parents, Evdokim Zakharich and Nastasia Timofeevna.
Band plays a flourish. Cheers. Zhigalov bows in all directions in great emotion.
I thank you, dear guests. I am very grateful to you for not having forgotten and for having conferred this honor upon us without being standoffish. And you must not think that I'm a rascal or that I'm trying to swindle anybody. I am speaking from my heart, from the purity of my soul. I wouldn't deny anything to good people. We thank you very humbly.
Kisses. Dashenka to her mother.
Mama, why are you crying? I'm so happy.
Maman is disturbed at your coming separation, but I should advise her rather to remember the last talk we had.
Don't cry, Nastasia Timofeyevna. Just think. What are human tears anyway? Just petty psychiatry and nothing more.
And are there any red-haired men in Greece?
Yes, everything is there.
But you don't have our kinds of mushroom.
Yes, we've got them and everything.
Lampis Beronovich, it is your turn to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, a speech.
Oh, to Dimba.
Speech!
Your turn.
Your turn.
Why? I don't understand. What is it?
No, you can't refuse. It's your turn. Get up.
Dimba gets up confused.
I can't say what. There's Russia and there's Greece. There's people in Russia and people in Greece. And there's people swimming the sea in caravs, which means ships, and people on the land in railway trains. I understand. We are Greeks, and you are Russians, and I want nothing. I can tell you. There's Russia and there's Greece.
Enter Nunin.
Wait! Ladies and gentlemen, don't eat now. Wait, just 1 minute. Nastasia Timofeyevna, just come here, if you don't mind.
Takes Nastasia Timofeyevna aside, puffing.
Listen, the general's coming. I found one at last. I am simply worn out. A real general, a solid one, old, you know, aged perhaps 80 or even 90.
When is he coming?
This minute. You'll be grateful to me all your life.
Note: a few lines have been omitted. They refer to the general's rank and its civil equivalent in words for which the English language has no corresponding terms. The general is an ex-naval officer, a second-class captain.
You're not deceiving me, Andre, darling.
Well, now, am I a swindler? You needn't worry.
One doesn't like to spend money for nothing, Andre, darling.
Don't you worry. He's not a general, he's a dream. I said to him, "You've quite forgotten us, Your Excellency. It isn't kind of Your Excellency to forget your old friends. Nastasia Timofeyevna," I said to him, "she's very annoyed with you about it."
Goes and sits at the table.
And he says to me, "But, my friend, how can I go when I don't know the bridegroom?" "Oh, nonsense, Your Excellency. Why stand on ceremony? The bridegroom," I said to him, "he's a fine fellow, very free and easy. He's a valuer," I said, "at the law courts. And don't you think, Your Excellency, that he's some rascal, some knave of hearts. Nowadays," I said to him, "even decent women are employed at the law courts." He slapped me on the shoulder. We smoked a Havana cigar each, and now he's coming. Wait a little, ladies and gentlemen. Don't eat.
When's he coming?
This minute. When I left him, he was already putting on his galoshes. Wait a little, ladies and gentlemen. Don't eat yet.
The band should be told to play a march.
Musicians, a march!
The band plays a march for a minute.
Mr. Ravenov, Karaulov.
Zhigalov, Nastasya Timofeevna, and Nunin run to meet him. Enter Rivunov, Karaulov. Nastasya Timofeevna bowing.
Please come in, Your Excellency. So glad you've come.
Awfully. We, Your Excellency, aren't celebrities. We aren't important, but quite ordinary. But don't think on that account that there's any fraud. We put good people into the best place. We begrudge nothing. Please.
Awfully glad.
Let me introduce to you, Your Excellency, the bridegroom, Pomenod Maximiovitch Aplombov, with his his newly married wife, Ivan Mikhailovich Yats, employed on the telegraph, a foreigner of Greek nationality, a confectioner by trade, Harlampy Spiridonovich Dimba, Osip Lukich Babelmendebsky, and so on and so on. The rest are just trash. Sit down, Your Excellency.
Awfully. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to say 2 words to Andrei.
Takes Nunin aside.
I say, old man, I'm a little put out. Why do you call me Your Excellency? I'm not a general. I don't rank as the equivalent of a colonel, even.
I know. Only, Fyodor Yakovlevich, be a good man, and let us call you Your Excellency. The family here, you see, is patriarchal. It respects the aged. It likes rank.
Oh, if it's like that, very well.
Goes to the table.
Awfully.
Sit down, Your Excellency. Be so good as to have some of this, Your Excellency. Only forgive us for not being used to etiquette. We're plain people.
Rivunov not hearing.
What? Yes. Yes. In the old days, everybody used to live simply and was happy. In spite of my rank, I am a man who lives plainly. Today Andrei comes to me and asks me to come here to the wedding. How shall I go, I said, when I don't know them? It's not good manners. But he says they are good, simple, patriarchal people, glad to see anybody. Well, if that's the case, why not? Very glad to come. It's very dull for me at home by myself, and if my presence at a wedding can make anybody happy, then I'm delighted to be here.
Then that's sincere, is it, Your Excellency? I respect that. I'm a plain man myself, without any deception, and I respect others who are like that. Eat, Your Excellency.
Is it long since you retired, Your Excellency?
Eh? Yes, quite true. Yes. But excuse me, what is this? The fish is sour, and the bread is sour. I can't eat this.
Aplombov and Dashenka kiss each other.
Your health. Yes, in the old days everything was simple and everybody was glad. I love simplicity. I'm an old man. I retired in 1865. I'm 72. Yes, of course, in my younger days it was different, but...
Siz Mozgovoi.
You there? A sailor, are you?
Yes, just so.
Aha, so. Yes. The Navy means hard work. There's a lot to think about and get a headache over. Every insignificant word has, so to speak, its special meaning. For instance, hoist the top sheets and mainsail. What's it mean? A sailor can tell. with almost mathematical precision.
The health of His Excellency, Fyodor Yakovlevich Revunov Karolov.
Band plays a flourish. Cheers!
You, Your Excellency, have just expressed yourself on the subject of the hard work involved in a naval career. But is telegraphy any easier? Nowadays, Your Excellency, nobody is appointed to the telegraphs if he cannot read and write French and German. But the transmission of telegrams is the most difficult thing of all. Awfully difficult. Just listen.
Taps with his fork on the table like a telegraphic transmitter.
What does that mean?
It means, I honor you, Your Excellency, for your virtues. You think it's easy? Listen now.
Taps.
Louder, I can't hear.
That means, Madam, how happy I am to hold you in my embrace.
What madam are you talking about? Yes.
Tu мозговой.
Yes, if there's a headwind, you must, let's see, you must hoist your foretop halyards and topsail halyards. The order is, on the cross trees to the foretop halyards and topsail halyards. And at the same time, as the sails get loose, you take hold underneath of the foresail and foretopsail halyards, stays, and braces.
A groomsman rising.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, there are a great many orders to give. Furl the foretopsail and the foretop gallant sail. Well, what does that mean? It's very simple. It means that, if the top and top gallant sails are lifting the halyards, they must level the foretop and foretop gallant halyards on the hoist, and at the same time the top gallant braces, as needed, are loosened according to the direction of the wind.
Fyodor Yakovlevich, Mademoiselle Zagalov asks you to talk about something else. It's very dull for the guests, who can't understand.
What? Who's dull?
Tu мозговой.
Young man, now, suppose the ship is lying by the wind on the starboard tack, under full sail, and you've got to bring her before the wind. What's the order? Well, first you whistle up above.
Fyodor Yakovlevich, that's enough. Eat something.
As soon as the men are on deck, you give the order, to your places. What a life! You give orders, and at the same time you've got to keep your eyes on the sailors, who run about like flashes of lightning and get the sails and braces right. And at last you can't restrain yourself, and you shout, "Good children!"
A groomsman, making haste to use the ensued pause to advantage.
On this occasion, so to speak, on the day on which we have met together to honour our dear...
Yes, you've got to remember all that. For instance, hoist the topsail halyards, lower the topsail gallants.
Why does he keep on interrupting? We shan't get through a single speech like that.
We are dull people, Your Excellency, and don't understand a word of all that. But if you were to tell us something appropriate...
I've already had supper, thank you. Did you say there was goose? Thanks, yes. I've remembered the old days. It's pleasant, young man. You sail on the sea, you have no worries. And do you remember the joy of tacking? Is there a sailor who doesn't glow at the memory of that manoeuvre? As soon as the word is given and the whistle blown and the crew begins to go up, it's as if an electric spark has run through them all. From the captain to the cabin boy, everybody's excited.
How dull, how dull.
General murmur. Revunov, who has not heard it properly.
Thank you, I've had supper. Everybody's ready and looks to the senior officer. He gives the command. Stand by, gallants and topsail braces on the starboard side, main and counter braces to port. Everything's done in a twinkling. Top sheets and jib sheets are pulled, taken to starboard. The ship takes the wind, and at last the sails fill out. The senior officer orders, "To the braces," and himself keeps his eye on the mainsail, and when at last this sail is filling out, and the ship begins to turn, he yells at the top of his voice, "Let go the braces! Loosen the main halyards!" Everything flies about. There's a general confusion for a moment, and everything is done without an error. The ship has been tacked.
General, your manners! You ought to be ashamed of yourself at your age.
Did you say sausage? No, I haven't had any. Thank you.
I say you ought to be ashamed of yourself at your age. General, your manners are awful.
Ladies and gentlemen, is it worth it? Really?
In the first place, I'm not a general, but a second-class naval captain, which, according to the table of precedence, corresponds to a lieutenant colonel.
If you're not a general, then what did you go and take our money for? We never paid you money to behave like that.
What money?
You know what money. You know you got 25 rubles from Andrei Andreevich.
Tunyunin.
And you look out, Andrei. I never asked you to hire a man like that.
There now. Let it drop. Is it worth it?
Paid? Hired? What is it?
Just let me ask you this. Did you receive 25 rubles from Andrei Andreevich?
What 25 rubles? That's what it is. Now I understand it all. How mean, how mean.
Did you take the money?
I haven't taken any money. Get away from me.
Leaves the table.
How mean, how low. To insult an old man, a sailor, an officer who has served long and faithfully. If you were decent people, I could call somebody out. But what can I do now? Where's the door? Which way do I go? Waiter, show me the way out. Waiter!
Going.
How mean! How low!
Exit.
Andrei, where are those 25 rubles?
Is it worthwhile bothering about such trifles? What does it matter? Everybody's happy here. And here you go. The health of the bride and bridegroom. A march. A march.
The band plays a march.
The health of the bride and bridegroom.
I'm suffocating. Give me atmosphere. I'm suffocating with you all round me.
Yet in a transport of delight.
My beauty! My beauty!
Uproar. A groomsman trying to shout everybody else down.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, if I may say so.
Curtain. End of The Wedding by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov.
The Anniversary by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anniversary. Characters.
Kuzma Nikolaevich Kielin, the bank's aged bookkeeper. Read by Algie Pug.
Shipuchin, read by Peter Tucker.
Tatiana Alexeyevna, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Natasha Fedorovna Mirchutkina, read by Christine G.
A Director of the Bank, read by Lucy Perry.
Narrated by Abai. The action takes place at the bank. The private office of the chairman of directors. On the left is a door leading into the public department. There are 2 desks. The furniture aims at a deliberately luxurious effect, with armchairs covered in velvet, flowers, statues, carpets, and a telephone. It is midday. Kirin is alone. He wears long felt boots and is shouting through the door.
Send that to the chemist for 15 kopecks worth of valerian drops, and tell them to bring some drinking water into the director's office. This is the 100th time I've asked.
Goes to a desk.
I'm absolutely tired out. This is the 4th day I've been working, without a chance of shutting my eyes. From morning to evening I work here, from evening to morning at home. And I've got an inflammation all over me. I'm hot and cold, and I cough, and my legs ache, and there's something dancing before my eyes.
Sits.
Our scoundrel of a chairman, the brute, is going to read a report at a general meeting. Our bank, its present and future. You'd think he was a Gambetta.
At work.
2, 1, 1, 6, 0, 7. Next, 6, 0, 1, 6. He just wants to throw dust into people's eyes, and so I sit here and work for him like a galley slave. This report of his is poetic fiction, and nothing more, and here I've got to sit day after day and add figures. Devil take his soul.
Rattles on his counting frame.
I can't stand it.
Writing.
That is 1, 3, 7, 2, 1, 0. He promised to reward me for my work. If everything goes well today, and the public is properly put into blinkers, he's promised me a gold charm and 300 roubles bonus. We'll see.
Works.
Yes, but if my work all goes for nothing, then you'd better look out. I'm very excitable. If I lose my temper, I'm capable of committing some crime. So look out. Yes.
Noise and applause behind the scenes. Shpuchin's voice.
Thank you, thank you. I am extremely grateful.
Enter Shpuchin. He wears a frock coat and white tie. He carries an album which has been just presented to him. Shpuchin, at the door, addresses the outer office.
This present, my dear colleagues, will be preserved to the day of my death, as a memory of the happiest days of my life. Yes, gentlemen, once more I thank you.
Throws a kiss into the air and turns to Chirin.
My dear, my respected Kuzma Nikolaevich.
All the time that Shpuchin is on the stage, clerks intermittently come in with papers for his signature and go out. Chirin standing up.
I have the honour to congratulate you, Andrei Andreevich, on the 50th anniversary of our bank, and hope that—
Thank you, my dear sir, thank you.
Warmly shakes hands.
I think that in view of the unique character of the day, as it is an anniversary, we may kiss each other.
They kiss.
I am very, very glad. Thank you for your service, for everything. If in the course of time during which I have had the honour to be chairman of this bank, anything useful has been done, the credit is due, more than to anybody else, to my colleagues. Oh, yes, 15 years. 15 years as my name's Shpuchin.
Changes his tone.
Where's my report? Is it getting on?
Yes, there's only 5 pages left.
Excellent. Then it will be ready by 3?
If nothing occurs to disturb me, I'll get it done. Nothing of any importance is now left.
Splendid, splendid as my name's Shpuchin. The general meeting will be at 4. If you please, my dear fellow, give me the first half. I'll peruse it. Quick!
Takes the report.
I base enormous hopes on this report. It's my profession de foi. Or better still, my firework.
Note the actual word employed.
My firework, as my name's Shpuchin.
Sits and reads the report to himself.
I'm hellishly tired. My gout kept on giving me trouble last night. All the morning I was running about, and then these excitements, ovations, agitations. I'm tired.
2, 0, 0, 3, 9, 2, 0. I can't see straight after all these figures. 3, 1, 6, 4, 1, 5.
Uses the counting frame.
Another unpleasantness. This morning your wife came to see me and complained about you once again. Said that last night you threatened her and her sister with a knife. Kuzma Nikolaevich, what do you mean by that? Oh!
Kirin, rudely.
As it's an anniversary, Andrei Andreevich, I'll ask for a special favour. Please, if it's only out of respect for my toil, don't interfere in my family life. Please.
Oh, yours is an impossible character, Kuzma Nikolaevich. You're an excellent and respected man, but you behave to women like some scoundrel. Yes, really. I don't understand why you hate them so.
I wish I could understand why you love them so.
Pause.
The employees have just presented me with an album, and the directors, as I've heard, are going to give me an address and a silver loving cup.
Playing with his monocle.
Very nice, as my name's Shipushin. It isn't excessive. A certain pomp is essential to the reputation of the bank, devil take it. You know everything, of course. I composed the address myself, and I bought the cup myself too. Well, then, there was 45 roubles for the cover of the address, but you can't do without that. They'd never have thought of it for themselves.
Looks round.
Look at the furniture. Just look at it. They say I'm stingy, that all I want is that the locks on the doors should be polished, and the employees should wear fashionable ties, and that a fat hall porter should stand by the door. No, no, sirs. Polished locks and a fat porter mean a good deal. I can behave as I like at home, eat and sleep like a pig, get drunk.
Please, don't make hints.
Nobody's making hints. What an impossible character yours is. As I was saying, at home I can live like a tradesman, a parvenu, and be up to any games I like, but here everything must be en grand. This is a bank. Here every detail must be imponirum, so to speak, and have a majestic appearance.
He picks up a paper from the floor and throws it into the fireplace.
My service to the bank has been just this. I've raised its reputation. A thing of immense importance is tone. Immense! As my name's Shipuchin.
Looks over Kirin.
My dear man, a deputation of shareholders may come here any moment, and there you are in felt boots, wearing a scarf, in some absurdly coloured jacket. You might have put on a frock coat, or at any rate a dark jacket.
My health matters more to me than your shareholders. I've an inflammation all over me.
But you will admit that it's untidy. You spoil the ensemble.
If the deputation comes, I can go and hide myself. It won't matter if 7, 1, 7, 2, 1, 5, 0. I don't like untidiness myself. 7, 2, 9.
Uses the counting frame.
I can't stand untidiness. It would have been wiser of you not to have invited ladies to today's anniversary dinner.
Oh, that's nothing.
I know that you're going to have the hall filled with them tonight to make a good show. But you look out, or they'll spoil everything. They cause all sorts of mischief and disorder.
On the contrary, feminine society elevates.
Yes. Your wife seems intelligent, but on the Monday of last week she let off something that upset me for 2 days. In front of a lot of people she suddenly asks, "Is it true that at our bank my husband bought up a lot of shares of the Briatsky Bank, which have been falling on exchange?" My husband is so annoyed about it. This in front of people. Why do you have to tell them everything I don't understand? Do you want them to get you into serious trouble?
Well, that's enough. Enough. All that's too dull for an anniversary, which reminds me, by the way.
Looks at the time.
My wife ought to be here soon. I really ought to have gone to the station to meet the poor little thing, but there's no time. And I'm tired. I must say I'm not glad of her. That is to say, I am glad, but I'd be gladder if she only stayed another couple of days with her mother. She'll want me to spend the whole evening with her tonight, whereas we have arranged a little excursion for ourselves. Ooh, my nerves have already started dancing me about. They are so strained that I think the very smallest trifle would be enough to make me break into tears. No, I must be strong, as my name's Shipuchin.
Enter Tatiana Alexeyevna Shipuchin in a waterproof, with a little travelling satchel slung across her shoulder.
Ah, in the nick of time.
Darling!
Runs to her husband, a prolonged kiss.
We were only speaking of you just now.
Looks at his watch. Tatiana Alexeyevna, panting.
Were you very dull without me? Are you well? I haven't been home yet. I came here straight from the station. I've a lot to tell you. I couldn't wait. I shan't take off my clothes. I'll only stay a minute.
To Khirin.
Good morning, Kuzma Nikolaevich.
To her husband.
Is everything all right at home?
Yes, quite. And you know, you've got to look plumper and better this week. Well, what sort of a time did you have?
Splendid. Mamma and Katya send their regards. Vasily Andreevich sends you a kiss.
Kisses him.
Aunt sends you a jar of jam and is annoyed because you don't write. Zina sends you a kiss.
Kisses.
Oh, if you knew what's happened. If you only knew. I'm even frightened to tell you. Oh, if you only knew. Oh, but I see by your eyes that you're sorry I came.
On the contrary, darling.
Kisses her. Khirin cuffs angrily.
Oh, poor Katya. Poor Katya, I'm so sorry for her. So sorry for her.
This is the bank's anniversary today, darling. We may get a deputation of the shareholders at any moment. And you're not dressed.
Oh, yes, the anniversary. I congratulate you, gentlemen. I wish you... Oh, so it means that today's the day of the meeting, the dinner. That's good. And do you remember that beautiful address which you spent such a long time composing for the shareholders? Will it be read today?
Khirin cuffs angrily. Shipuchin, confused.
My dear, we don't talk about these things. You'd really better go home.
In a minute. I'll tell you everything in 1 minute and go. I'll tell you from the very beginning. Well, when you were seeing me off, you remember I was sitting next to that stout lady and I began to read. I don't like to talk in the train. I read for 3 stations and didn't say a word to anyone. Well, then the evening set in and I felt so mournful, you know, with such sad thoughts. A young man was sitting opposite me. Not a bad-looking fellow, a brunette. Well, we fell into conversation. A sailor came along then, some student or other. I told them I wasn't married, and they did look after me. We chattered till midnight. The brunette kept on telling the most awfully funny stories, and the sailor kept on singing. My chest began to ache from laughing. And when the sailor, oh, those sailors, when he got to know my name was Tatiana, you know what he sang? Onegin, don't let me conceal it. I love Tatiana madly.
Note from the opera Evgeny Onegin, words by Pushkin. Roars with laughter. Khirin cuffs angrily.
Tanya, dear, you're disturbing Kuzma Nikolaevich. Go home, dear. Later on.
No, let him hear if he wants to. It's awfully interesting. I'll end in a minute. Tseretsa came to meet me at the station. Some young man or other turns up, an inspector of taxes, I think. Quite handsome, especially his eyes. Tseretsa introduced me, and the 3 of us rode off together. It was lovely weather.
Voices behind the stage. You can't. What do you want? Enter Merchutkina, waving her arms about.
What are you dragging me for? What else? I want him myself.
To Shipuchin.
I have the honor, Your Excellency. I am the wife of a civil servant, Natasha Fedorovna Merchutkina.
What do you want?
Well, you see, Your Excellency, my husband has been ill for 5 months, and while he was at home, getting better, he was suddenly dismissed for no reason, Your Excellency. And when I went to get his salary, they, you see, deduced 24 rubles, 36 kopecks from it. What for? I ask. They say. Well, he drew it from the employee's account, and the others had to make it up. How can that be? How could he draw anything without my permission? No, Your Excellency, I am a poor woman. My lodgers are all I have to live on. I am weak and defenceless. Everybody does me some harm, and nobody has a kind word for me.
Excuse me.
Takes a petition from her and reads it standing. Tatiana Alexeyevna to Chirin.
Yes, but first last week I suddenly received a letter from my mother. She writes that a certain Grendelevsky has proposed to my sister Katya, a nice, modest young man, but with no means of his own, and no assured position. And unfortunately, just think of it, Katya is absolutely gone on him. What's to be done? Mamma writes telling me to come at once and influence Katya.
Excuse me, you made me lose my place.
Angrily.
You go talking about your mamma and Katya, and I understand nothing, and I've lost my place.
What does that matter? You listen when a lady is talking to you. Why are you so angry today? Are you in love?
Shpuchin to Merchutkina.
Excuse me, but what is this? I can't make head or tail of it.
Are you in love? Ah, you're blushing.
Tanya, dear, do go out into the public office for a moment. I shan't be long.
All right.
Goes out.
I don't understand anything of this. You've obviously come to the wrong place, madam. Your petition doesn't concern us at all. You should go to the department in which your husband was employed.
I've been there a good many times these 5 months, and they wouldn't even look at my petition. I'd given up all hopes, but thanks to my son-in-law, Boris Matveyich, I thought of coming to you. You go, mother, he says, and apply to Mr. Shipuchin. He is an influential man and can do anything. Help me, Your Excellency.
We can't do anything for you, Mrs. Merchutkina. You must understand that your husband, so far as I can gather, was in the employ of the Army Medical Department, while this is a private commercial concern, a bank. Don't you understand that?
Your Excellency, I can produce a doctor's certificate of my husband's illness. Here it is. Just look at it.
Shpuchin irritated.
That's all right, I quite believe you, but it's not our business.
Behind the scene, Tatiana Alexeyevna's laughter is heard, then a man's. Shpuchin glances at the door.
She's disturbing the employees.
To Merchutkina.
It's strange, and it's even silly. Surely your husband knows where you ought to apply.
Your Excellency, I don't let him know anything. He just cried out. It isn't your business. Get out of this. And...
Madam, I repeat, your husband was in the employ of the Army Medical Department, and this is a bank, a private commercial concern.
Yes. I understand, my dear. In that case, Your Excellency, just order them to pay me 15 rubles. I don't mind taking that to be going on with.
Oh, Andrei Andreevich, I'll never finish the report at this rate.
One moment.
To Merchutkina.
I can't get any sense out of you, but do understand that your taking this business here is as absurd as if you took a divorce petition to a chemist's or into a gold assay office.
Knock at the door. The voice of Tatiana Alexeyevna is heard.
Can I come in, Andrei?
Shpuchin shouts.
Just wait 1 minute, dear.
To Merchutkina.
What has it got to do with us, if you haven't been paid? As it happens, madam, this is an anniversary today. We're busy, and somebody may be coming here at any moment. Excuse me.
Your Excellency, have pity on me, an orphan. I am weak, defenseless woman. I am tired to death. I'm having trouble with my lodgers, and on account of my husband, and I've got the house to look after, and my son-in-law is out of work.
Mrs. Merchutkina, No, excuse me, I can't talk to you. My head's even in a whirl. You are disturbing us and making us waste our time.
Aside.
What a business, as my name's Shipuchin.
To Chirin.
Kuzma Nikolaevich, will you please explain to Mrs. Merchutkina?
Waves his hand and goes out into the public department. Chirin approaching Merchutkina angrily.
What do you want?
I'm a weak, defenseless woman. I may look all right, but if you were to take me to pieces, you wouldn't find a single healthy bit in me. I can hardly stand on my legs, and I've lost my appetite. I drank my coffee today, and got to no pleasure out of it.
I ask you, what do you want?
Tell them, my dear, to give me 15 rubles, and a month later we'll do for the rest.
But haven't you been told perfectly plainly that this is a bank?
Yes, yes. And if you like, I can show you the doctor's certificate.
Have you got a head on your shoulders, or what?
My dear, I'm asking for what's mine by law. I don't want what isn't mine.
I ask you, madam, have you got a head on your shoulders, or what? Well, devil take me, I haven't any time to talk to you. I'm busy.
Points to the door.
That way, please.
Matutkina, surprised.
And where's the money?
You haven't a head, but this.
Taps the table and then points to his forehead.
What?
Offended.
Well, never mind, never mind. You can do that to your own wife, but I am the wife of a civil servant. You can't do that to me.
Hirin, losing his temper.
Get out of this.
No, no, no. None of that.
If you don't get out this second, I'll call for the hall porter. Get out.
Stamping.
Never mind, never mind. I'm not afraid. I've seen the like of you before. Misa.
I don't think I've ever met a more awful woman in my life. Oof. It's given me a headache.
Breathing heavily.
I tell you once more. Do you hear me? If you don't get out of this, you old devil, I'll grind you into powder. I've got such a character that I'm perfectly capable of laming you for life. I can commit a crime.
I've heard barking dogs before. I'm not afraid. I've seen the like of you before.
Hirin in despair.
I can't stand it. I'm ill. I can't.
Sits down at his desk.
They've let the bank get filled with women, and I can't finish my report. I can't.
I don't want anybody else's money, but my own, according to law. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, sitting in a government office in felt boots.
Enter Shpuchin and Tatyana Alexeyevna. Tatyana Alexeyevna following her husband.
We spent the evening at the Berezhnitskys. Katya was wearing a sky-blue frock of foulard silk cut low at the neck. She looks very well with her hair done over her head, and I did her hair myself. She was perfectly fascinating.
Shpuchin, who has had enough of it already.
Yes, yes. Fascinating. They may be here any moment.
Your Excellency.
Shpuchin, dully.
What else? What do you want?
Your Excellency.
Points to Hirin.
This man tapped the table with his finger, and then his head. You told him to look after my affair, but he insults me and says all sorts of things. I'm a weak, defenseless woman.
All right, madam, I'll see to it, and take the necessary steps. Go away now. Later on.
Aside.
My gout's coming on.
Hirin in a low tone to Shpuchin.
Andrei Andreevich, send for the hall porter and have her turned out neck and crop. What else can we do?
Shpuchin, frightened.
No, no! She'll kick up a row and we aren't the only people in the building.
Your Excellency.
Hirin in a tearful voice.
But I've got to finish my report. I won't have time. I won't.
Your Excellency, when shall I have the money? I want it now.
Shpuchin aside in dismay.
A remarkably beastly woman.
Politely.
Madam, I've already told you this is a bank, a private commercial concern.
Be a father to me, Your Excellency. If the doctor's certificate isn't enough, I can get you another from the police. Tell them to give me the money.
Ooh.
Tatyana Alexeyevna to Matutkina.
Mother, haven't you already been told that you're disturbing them? What right have you?
Mother, beautiful one, nobody would help me. All I do is eat and drink, and just now I didn't enjoy my coffee at all.
Shpuchin, exhausted.
How much do you want?
24 rubles, 36 kopecks.
All right.
Takes a 25-ruble note out of his pocketbook and gives it to her.
Here are 25 rubles. Take it and go.
Hirin coughs angrily.
I thank you very humbly, Your Excellency.
Hides the money. Tatyana Alexeyevna sits by her husband.
It's time I went home.
Looks at watch.
Oh, but I haven't done yet. I'll finish in 1 minute and go away. What a time we had! Yes, what a time! We went to spend the evening at the Berezhnitskys. It was all right, quite fun, but nothing in particular. Katya's devoted Grendalevsky was there, of course. Well, I talked to Katya, cried, and induced her to talk to Grendalevsky and refuse him. Well, I thought everything settled the best possible way. I've quieted Mamma down, saved Katya, and can be quiet myself. What do you think? Katya and I were going along the avenue just before supper, and suddenly we heard a shot. Oh, no, I can't talk about it calmly.
Waves her handkerchief.
No, I can't.
Tatiana Alexeyevna weeps.
We ran to the summer house, and there, poor Grendalevsky was lying, with a pistol in his hand.
No, I can't stand this. I can't stand it.
To Mechutkina.
What else do you want?
Your Excellency, can't my husband go back to his job?
Tatiana Alexeyevna, weeping.
He shot himself right in the heart. Here. And the poor man had fallen down senseless, and he was awfully frightened as he lay there and asked for a doctor. A doctor came soon and saved the unhappy man.
Your Excellency, can't my husband go back to his job?
No, I can't stand this. I can't stand it.
Stretches out both his hands in despair to Hirin.
Drive her away. Drive her away, I implore you.
Hirin goes up to Tatiana Alexeyevna.
Get out of this.
Not her, but this one. This awful woman.
Points.
That one.
Hirin, not understanding, to Tatiana Alexeyevna.
Get out of this.
Stamps.
Get out.
What? What are you doing? Have you taken leave of your senses?
It's awful. I'm a miserable man. Drive her out. Out with her.
Out of it.
To Tatiana Alexeyevna.
Oh, cripple you. I'll knock you out of shape. I'll break the law.
How dare you?
Running from him, he chases her.
You impudent fellow. Andrei! Help! Andrei! Oh!
Stop!
Chasing them.
I implore you. Not such a noise. Have pity on me.
Out of this.
Chasing Mechutkina.
Catch her. Hit her. Cut her into pieces.
Stop! I ask you. I implore you.
Little fathers. Little fathers. Little fathers.
Help! Help! Oh, I'm sick. I'm sick.
Jumps onto a chair, then falls onto the sofa and groans as if in a faint. Hirin, chasing Mechutkina.
Hit her. Beat her. Cut her to pieces.
Oh, little fathers. It's all dark before me. Ah!
Falls senseless into Shpuchin's arms. There is a knock at the door. A voice announces the deputation.
The deputation. Reputation. Occupation.
Get out of it.
Steps.
Devil take me.
Turns up his sleeves.
Give her to me. I may break the law.
A deputation of 5 men enters. They all wear frock coats. One carries the velvet-covered address, another the loving cup. Employees look in at the door from the public department. Tatiana Alexeyevna on the sofa and Mechutkina in Shpuchin's arms are both groaning. One of the deputation reads aloud.
Deeply respected and dear Andrei Andreevich, throwing a retrospective glance at the past history of our financial administration and reviewing in our minds its gradual development, we receive an extremely satisfactory impression. It is true that in the first period of its existence, the inconsiderable amount of its capital and the absence of serious operations of any description, and also the indefinite aims of this bank, made us attach an extreme importance to the question raised by Hamlet, to be or not to be. And at one time there were even voices to be heard demanding our liquidation. But at that moment you became the head of our concern. Your knowledge, energies, and your native tact were the causes of extraordinary success and widespread extension. The reputation of the bank.
Cuffs.
Reputation of the bank.
Oh.
Water.
The reputation. The reputation of the bank has been raised by you to such a height that we are now the rivals of the best foreign concerns.
Deputation, reputation, occupation. 2 friends that had a walk at night held converse by the pale moonlight. Oh, tell me not that youth is vain, that jealousy has turned my brain.
Then
continues in confusion.
Throwing an objective glance at the present condition of things, we, deeply respected and dear Andrei Andreevich,
lowering his voice.
In that case we'll do it later on. Yes, later on.
Deputation goes out in confusion. Curtain. End of The Anniversary by Anton Chekhov.
Grotesques, a decoration in black and white, by Cloyd Head. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To the memory of a clear night with stars in it. Santa Barbara, June 22nd, 1915. Characters.
Capelshard, read by Chuck Williamson.
The woman motive, read by Libby Gone.
The man motive, read by Peter Tucker.
The girl motive, read by Christine G.
The sprite motive, read by Trisha G.
The crone motive, read by Lucy Perry.
Voices, read by Trisha G.
The owl, read by Anastasia Saloha.
Narrator, read by Algie Pug. The reader is seated in the theatre of his imagination. After an overture, delicate and not without irony, the curtain between the reader and the play is drawn upward. Before him is placed a decoration in black and white, a flat conventionalized design of tall white trees upon a black background. This background is framed and occupies somewhat more than half of the width of the stage. To his left, the white disk of the moon is drawn in a clear space of black sky. Opposite, on the branch of one of the trees, is a black owl, faintly outlined. Beneath the trees, the zigzag convention by which the idea brook is visualized. A single lotus rises from this, left, and nearby are the white representations of rocks. About 3 feet forward from this background, extending from its edge to either side of the stage, is a frame of dark gauze, behind which droop the grotesques, inanimate, awaiting the need of them. They have white faces lined with black, and their arms and hands are white. Close against the background in the centre stands Capelchard, master of the decoration, a sardonic figure with long tense fingers. He is the designer, and because the basis of decoration is pantomime, he weaves but the minimum of words through these episodes, developing them rather by curious groupings broken in outline by the mergence of white and black against the black and white of the background. After a pause, turning towards the audience.
This is a forest. That is a grotesque. You will find the forest somewhere in your thought. Its trees are graphic, like an arabesque. The pale moon shines. I touch it with my hand. I dip the water from the brook beneath and fling it high among the leaves like dew. The effect is there, although the fact is not. So shall all things here seem illusory. Who cares? Who knows what brook is in his mind or in yours? It's the quintessence only that endures, the moon, that clear quintessence. See is split to myriad moons on the brook, each moon like it. The moons are washed away, but there's the moon. Thus with design I draw you these grotesques. For your amusement spur them into life. Sign for things signified, the hieroglyph. Give o'er philosophy to Beldamau. She thinks not, but you think the thought she should. How wise a counselor, if she does not hoot and break the illusion. Hoot! The idol speaks, and thence the abode of wisdom is transferred. Its seat is now, I dare say, in the moon till sunrise. Open the picture book. The first design, a song. These be the words.
Capelchard makes a sign towards the woman who, inert, is behind the screen on the left. She lifts her head and sings as if without consciousness. Singing at left.
With body enwrapped in a mantle light, softly adown the shadowy night. Lo, the moon, 'neath overlaced branches white.
The song pauses for a moment while he takes the crone from behind the screen on the right, gives her a staff, and places her within the edge of the decoration, whereof she at once becomes a part. Resuming his former position.
In counterpoint, enter a stooped grotesque. Tell where goest thou, crone?
Crossing.
To a palace that's dark.
The grave?
I know not. I am blind, stone blind.
Continuing her song.
White birds on the white-branched motionless trees, 2 by 2. Dark my steps fall faint, Japanese. Love am I am hate, yet know nothing of these.
Thou art old. Read the song. She is young.
Time is naught, when it's past and the staff seeks no light of the moon.
Frail withered leaf, the first November wind.
Exit the crone, who, upon reaching the edge of the decoration, becomes inert and sinks down limply behind the screen.
The song, full-throated, dark, and passionate. Her lover. No, we'll save the pencil stroke.
My beloved awaiting me, swift toward the spring, I approach.
There is silence.
The kiss that I bring.
Capelchard has pushed the crone back. He now lifts the woman, clad in a dark mantle edged with white, and places her at the edge of the decoration. She enters.
The kiss, to the mocking-voiced echoes I sing.
An interval. To herself, in a slow, monotonous voice.
Warm path by the stream, thou art chill tonight. Phantom shadows weave.
She glides off, right, and sinks down inert.
Her voice glides past like it was she. Dark, sinuous delight. Expressive outline bound her beauty fast. Therewith she and the episode stop short. Inceptive decoration. Play it out, each as you will. The sequence unenslaved. It's not to these grotesques. Unconscious strings scraped into melody, but else inert. And yet, why hunt your pleasure to its death? Ignore the ending. Trace a new design. Black background, disk of the moon, create a sprite whose presence makes this wood an eerie place.
He goes right, and lifting the sprite, a curious black and white figure, brings it to the edge of the decoration.
There's little trick to the supernatural.
Tiptoe a tread through the wood by the brook, the sprite enters, oh ho! Dance, crinkled stream! Ha! A dragonfly poised upon air! Begone! It is night.
Bowing.
Madame Owl, hoot, to-hoo! Hoo! Brisk maker of shadows, clown moon!
He stands grimacing at it. Then, upon a gesture from Capelchard, he begins with arms and fingers a shadow dance, rapid and spontaneous, but wholly conventionalized. There are, of course, no shadows.
Quick, Clown Moon, make them faster.
Capelchard abruptly stops him on a posture at the extreme left.
The dance proceeds, conventioned in a pose, yet the design wants counterbalance. Here to the right I'll place the girl motive.
He lifts the girl from the receptacle, right, and places her at the edge of the decoration, giving her at the same time a conventionalized symbol representing a bird. She enters in the controlled and exaggerated manner characteristic of the Grotesques, her movements wholly conventionalized and idyllic. Her costume, predominantly white, remains constant through all the episodes. Capelchard, at once developing the possibilities of the design, directs the notice of the sprite to her. To herself, motionless.
Who am I that come, caressing tenderly the sign of bird? A girl in white alone, beside the pattern brook. I wander without fear, of fear not having heard.
Meanwhile,
upon this sward, beneath these trees I rest, and say, Sweet bird, here bathe your wings where the pure white lotus flowers dream. Prettily.
To the audience.
Hark! The bird sings.
Whither, Claire? Whither, Claire?
I gave her that phrase out of character. She looks...
Seeing the sprite, who stands hungrily erect, poised to leap towards her, she is struck motionless.
'Neath the moon.
Holding them apart in a pause which he carefully guards.
Note how sensitively to the artist's will, even the minutest shade, the figures drawn respond. Though tense the moment, yet the crux seems somewhat too abrupt. If we instead design her as if thralled by fantasy, bound by the spell of her own wayward longing.
Her expression changes from fear to eagerness. Capelchard places on her robe one or two conventionalized black leaves. He then extricates the man from among the Grotesques, left, gives him a bow, and places him at the edge of the decoration. Capelchard steps back, almost invisible against the wood.
With tread firm and taut, deep through this strange wood fearless come I, hunter of mighty beasts, by prowess conqueror, else slain, one arrow unsped, yet left soul in my quiver.
Designing as she cowers from the man.
Having crossed, he turns. But she who shuns release from love of dreams.
Go hence.
Are you a mortal maiden that dread less this place than...
Sees the sprite.
Ah.
The tragic primitive.
She's mine. Come, spirits.
Portray ghosts by effect against the black.
Black ghosts. White.
Against white.
Recoiling.
Pale phantoms. 4, 3, 5.
Fright him, dare dreams.
Thoughtfully, as the man turns to flee.
His movement outward draws discordant line. Courage would make the rhythm more compact. Stand, therefore.
Made to assume toward the girl an attitude of protection which would surmount his own fear.
Therefore I stand.
His courage wakens love.
Beckoning her as she turns from him.
He cannot hold you.
A pause, then the sprite snaps his fingers indifferently.
They are gone.
Forth I follow the brook to the end, where a pixie...
Exit. Outside the frame he falls inert.
The end is not far distant either way. To left, to right. The picture has an edge.
passing her hand across her brow.
How came I to this forest?
We'll omit the anticlimax, Princess, the routine that ends all well. Instead, a love theme weave, a tapestry of passion darker toned, placing the woman motive in her stead, redraw the man as warrior.
Ever then, you will protect me.
From all danger.
Grasping the girl. Come. He replaces the girl inanimate among the grotesques, right. Then he returns to the man, who now is alone on the stage, giving him a mantle and sword instead of a bow. As he does this, the man, by a great unconscious effort, tries to reach towards her. Capelchard is surprised, but smiles ironically. The impulse dies.
A mantle, then a sword. Thus achieve strength, intelligence, rank, power, and the rest, that give a warrior capability to lead an army to a city's gates. And she, the daughter of his foe?
He lifts the woman, giving her a costume that suggests a princess, and places her at the right edge of the decoration. To the man.
Adjust to rhythm of the new design.
The shout of battle has ceased from the darkened plain. Black swords now no more clash in a white sky. Here shall I rest till dawn, not victor while their four-walled city holds unvanquished.
Holding out her hands towards him.
Forth from the citadel I bear a gift.
Would it were thou!
Desire as thou wilt.
To herself, of the city which love had tempted her to betray to him.
No longer am I peril of my realm. No barrier lies between my will and me.
Go, lest that, weary after battle, I...
A pause which leads to a new grouping.
This bank shall be our bed, O my beloved.
This brook shall be the music of our night.
The lotus shall yield wine, O my beloved.
Perfume of drowsiness, desire.
Thou to the might of my love captive.
Translate the rhythm from their words to deeper silence. None draw the erotic quite as Beardsley could. Yet strange this governed transcript of a mood they cannot feel, while you... Disquietude? Sex-love? The theme's not false. Is it you prefer Tang always? Well then, chance shall wreck their love.
Though I am lost, my realm I've not betrayed by opening our strong-walled city's gates to bring thee.
Forcing her from him with the vitality of rhythmic line which suggests will effort.
To thy realm thou shalt return, quick! Lock thy beauty by 1,000 bars, that my one longing may give armies strength to find my way to thee.
That strength is vain. The dawn shall tell them that from thee I come.
Disaster, climax. Let us turn the page. New motive her as queen. The man as one neath even her scorn, an outlaw. Meanwhile, say...
The dawn shall tell them that from thee I come, and they will send me forth an outcast, shamed.
Capelchard with his hand touches her as she moves to the edge of the decoration, right.
What art thou?
Stay, I will spare thy realm.
Dawn blackens.
She falls inert. After a pause.
That every episode must this way end, limits the rhythm like a clash of line, breaking it by mere harsh irrelevance.
She does not answer. Where?
An afterglow, searching, interpret as avoiding search, thereby our outlaw, fleeing.
They hunt me. Warrior, outlaw, she is lost.
Let the theme create me ex officio spectre. Appear.
Recoiling in the grotesque manner in response to a direct gesture from Capelchard.
What figure tense, dark-robed phantom against the dark?
Resuming his mastery.
The outlaw, baffled in his strength, aghast, stares, seemingly, since he is a grotesque, and by good fortune to his self-respect, insensible, but with the tang you crave, as I no less, being thicker, rhythms restored.
He speaks to someone.
As before, vaguely, to himself.
He speaks to someone.
Does the marionette grasp at its strings?
Slowly and with effort, but turning directly towards Capelchard.
You speak.
To the audience.
Howe'er this lead, exit waits poised, whereby to render him inert.
You speak.
To those who see you make to disobey, who come to observe that which you would resist, for whose regale the decorations wrought. The audience.
Gods.
After a moment of indecision, he kneels slowly in an attitude of worship before Capelchard at a distance from him.
Huh? What's this?
Gods look upon us. He has seen the gods.
I speak with them.
They answer?
After a pause.
They are there.
High priest.
To himself, not without self-consciousness.
True, I address the gods.
He steps aside. Left kneeling to vacancy, looks up.
Vanished.
He rises, devoutly.
'Tis holy ground. An altar I will raise.
He shapes the stones into a rude altar. Capelchard smiles, holding the design in rhythm.
I will give thanks unto our gods and plead of them protection. I am their grotesque. I will be strong and bold.
Placing the convention of fire on the altar.
Not strength from you, but cowardice, an outlaw they require.
Hid in this forest at their will, I lurk.
The courage of the willing sacrifice. The mannequin in uniform, his pride.
He goes right, and lifting the woman, places upon her shoulders the white mantle of a queen.
At the scene's edge, a crown upon her brow. She stands. Contrasted motives. Soon shall she recoil in terror. Would you have her speak?
To the woman.
I'll give you utterance of what you are.
A woman, in her eyes the sign of grief, a queen who walks in solitude gravely. Within her heart, who knows what sorrows mourn, who knows what sorrows still? She comes.
She sees the man and starts back in a conventionalized movement, suggesting dread with her body. They look at one another. A silence. A change comes over the woman. She closes her eyes.
I feel a strange unfolding as from sleep. Look at me longer.
You are beautiful.
Why do you cower from me?
Puppet queen.
Ay, and the gods have me their outlaw made.
Reacting to the decoration.
The dread of capture held his eyes to mine.
I love.
That dagger bright wakes.
Fear. Perhaps, conscious a bit, they might have further tang. There's not more pliant than a little fire.
'Twas the gods' will. We've pleased them. They...
Alas, that I am a royal!
Stay!
Capelchard makes a gesture that separates them. With a gesture of great tenderness, gliding back repulses the man. The man looks at Capelchard.
Turn not aside to ask the obvious. Are you not outlaw?
Aye, the gods! The gods!
Capelchard does not answer, but places the girl at the edge of the decoration, right. With a gesture he causes the man, in conventionalized movement, to creep back into the forest, left.
There was a theme, had it been wise to risk, that for her he had slain the king. And she... But no.
Such was I once. I will not wake her.
Exit the woman, right. She falls inert.
However, now they are no more extant. Dismiss them out of memory. Behold, amid the night sounds of the forest, enter the girl motive.
Only the cold white trees, and the silver moon, and rippling thin at my feet, the slender glint of the zigzag brook, clear waters fleet, I alone in the darkness lost. Who is that tall? Ah!
I'll hedge her with a storm. Uprise the rushing sound of wind.
An owl cry.
Plunder, storm, phantoms blind.
They scream.
'Tis the rattle of the branches.
Save me.
Seek shelter.
He places a cloud pattern across the moon.
Veil of the moonlight. Quick, ere the flashing streak, white fire, shall speed ignition to the clouds and form a fusion with their black genetic strength.
He abruptly unrolls a sharp white streak of lightning against the sky, with éclat.
The storm!
The girl, with highly elaborate gestures expressing fear, sinks down. Capelchard takes the fire from the altar. Silence, to imply the presence of the storm.
Loud roars through the thick pouring rain. Thunder!
At each imagined sound of thunder, she trembles.
Fears throng her heart, terror to her supplied by your fecund imagination.
Oh, take down the storm.
Therein she doth abide as in a fortress. Let the storm be past.
He takes the clouds and lightning down.
From shelter creep symbols of forest things.
I now exclaim, lead me hence, someone, help me, I am lost.
Footsteps then.
Hark!
Of whom?
Capelchard lifts the crone, placing her at the left edge of the decoration.
I'll honour you with their attention.
As she hesitates through weariness.
Forth!
I heard 2 voices, one of them a maid, if she be young enough. Where are you, dear?
Silence. She wanders toward the right, the girl crossing, frightened, in rhythmic contrast.
I had these words to speak. Are you afraid? About warm love. Old age comes soon.
Pause.
I dare not leave the stream side. She will learn. Teach her, whoever it be.
So?
Capelchard?
Exit the crone, right. She falls inert. Designed as if frightened, but a little curious.
What would she teach?
White cheeks to flame and burn till all their fire is dead.
To flame and burn.
Capelchard shrugs his shoulders, then, striding left, he takes a handful of water drops from the brook and flings them into the sky beside the moon. They become 7 conventionalized white stars.
A curtain cannot be. The play goes on. Scene follows scene, must follow without pause.
He turns reluctantly to the man who lies inanimate outside the frame, subtly glancing at the audience.
I'll put his consciousness in fealty.
He lifts the man, clothes him in a monastic garb, and places him at the right edge of the decoration. In his hand he places an actual, brilliantly coloured flower.
He shall forget the woman motive now. Garbed mind has use. It keeps the scene intact.
Sometimes intoning.
Behold the ancient altar of this wood. I cannot quite remember, yet there was someone. It was not you.
Though she is fair.
It seems I've journeyed here from far away, from distant plains, great cities, or a sea where the waves are alternate black and white, and a black sun shines in a chalk-white sky flecked by dark clouds and birds, black, soaring high, while over the sea ride checkered ships with white sail fastened to ebon mast. The ports they make are cities vast, with spires, minarets, and domes, all black and white. Here first the very presence of the gods.
What have you in your hand?
An offering.
Standing very close to him and looking at the flower.
The flower is not real like that one.
Indicating the conventionalized lotus.
No, it lives.
The lotus is like time, misunderstood.
And here and there it's neither black nor white.
I know not what that is, which came as I fashioned the petals. Gift of the gods, a seal of their benignity.
I like the gods.
Turning towards the audience.
The gods watch over us, they guard us well. They have no other thought but for our good, and not a bird sign falls but they behold it. Place now this flower humbly on their shrine. Your hands are pure and stainless as the light reflected to the moon and 7 stars.
You like my hands?
Why do I find you here?
That theme has character. I'll give her words.
It is dark night, and I had lost my way. But now that you are come, I do not care. We are alone. The gods seemed so far off.
She takes the flower, crosses with delicate conventionalized movement to the right of the altar and kisses the flower. She starts slightly, but does not speak until she has placed it on the altar.
'Twas acceptable. Night and the stars, and silence in the wood. And she...
What do you mean?
I love you.
Then you will not do me harm.
She creeps away.
The man, gaining control of himself, kneels penitently beside the altar.
Somewhat a climax if we quickly pass. We'll take her off, though that is dangerous. Scenes must progress.
The girl creeps into the forest, right. Capelchard stands at the edge of the decoration as she falls inert. Presently the man looks up. A pause.
Forgive me. Oh, forgive. I know that I shall never see her more. Beyond this length of forest all is void. How can the gods stand by and see so fair and innocent a creature perish, yet raise not one hand to help her or restrain? Do they snatch joy from her unhappiness?
Capelchard places the woman at the right edge of the decoration.
Nay, they are gods. Their silence must have cause. Immortal life.
Death would not then be true.
The man turns abruptly.
Who are you that have strength to look at grief?
I know grief's pain, the memory's garnering.
Swift let the past sweep backward from their ken, completed.
They might will the past restored, did we appeal humbly.
He looks in mute appeal towards the audience. A pause. His hope breaks. Capelchard smiles.
The gods are kind, but wish to be amused. Obey the decoration. Be not like the marionette who learned that there were strings and, seeking independence, severed them.
A silence. Capelchard has removed the monastic garb from the man.
If I, knowing sorrow, could teach happiness.
Await the tang. Their search will yield you tang. Brief shall the scene be, so with stress designed.
You were their answer.
Yes.
She starts.
Gods kill at last. All moods of life in turn sweep through my heart. Each sings a moment, passes and is gone, like winds of evening, winds of night and dawn.
Your heart is not inconstant.
Not my heart. There is a mystery. I know their waits.
Our love, deep grounded in the roots of life, eternal.
Flee. I bring unhappiness.
Has he learned not transience? Let them weave the theme.
One weapon. Craft. We'll make our own design.
Shadows who'd swing the moon.
The man draws her into a pose suggesting two lovers. This becomes the motive of the design. As, with a glance at Capelchard, she yields.
Victory!
How slight a breath would puff them pell-mell into space and free the canvas for a different theme.
After a long pause.
Seize in this one embrace our happiness, swift to my lips.
Now, duty, what n'importe?
Quietly, looking past the man to Capelchard.
I know that you must leave me.
Now?
The while, that love may be so perfect, ere the gods destroy, and return to find me.
They move to the right edge of the decoration.
Dearest.
Wait!
He turns aside, left. She smiles, looking upward. Her smiles become ecstasy.
The tang!
He touches her upon the shoulder. She steps quietly from the decoration. The man turns. A very long silence. Capelchard watches the design with interest.
Dynamic!
To the man.
In the will lies no redress.
He grasps the lotus from the stream and offers it to the man.
Taste the lotus. Its forgetfulness.
The man, unconsciously, in deep thought, wanders into the forest, left.
Thus ends revolt. If they should strive once more...
To the lotus.
Regrasp the booklet. Doubtless they will strive. Nietzsche implies a Götterdämmerung. Grotesques are something that must be surpassed. But you, their gods, for whom they are created, ultimate critics in Olympian chairs, shall laugh at their weak struggle to be gods. Therefore, we'll give them incarnation now. Though many interludes suggest themselves, war themes, the Lithuania, we've warned.
He takes the woman from where she has fallen, right, and places her at the edge of the decoration, speaking to the audience, but she hearing.
If still, untamed, they catch at the design, first like a net it shall them close and mesh. Then you may strike, almighty gods, by me. Let her be woman, temptress. He, A knight.
He places the man, not in a knight's costume, at the left edge of the decoration. The woman crouches at the right.
I wove a path here swiftly through the trees. Did not a voice call to the great white road in peril?
No.
Was it your voice I heard?
Seeing the opportunity for a double rhythm.
Mine was a voice in silence crying stay.
To her.
That Mrs. Character.
The lifted voice of all downtrodden pleads. What right hath love? Save us! And therefore I adventure forth with deep reluctance. We must part bravely.
Part, that you may seek quest where search is vain, beyond the decoration.
Your glory foredoomed ever to suborn.
Think not of that. Yield if I tempt thee.
Misinterpreting.
Good.
False to ourselves.
The gods will welcome it. That gives their picture zest.
With a look at the audience.
They blaspheme you.
Our honour, nay, our love, they have made sport to thrill them. I am set to tempt that they may see you false. If yet our baffled love, again reincarnated, plead unslain, there is no duty greater than our love. Yield, let them relish it.
They'll hear us.
Ay, and let them. Cruel, they are powerless, except to gaze. You love me, let them gaze. Why heed their laughter or their froth of tears?
Indicating Capelchard.
But he?
Their priest. He too seeks but design.
I strive. My strife is futile, and I yield.
He reclines beside her.
You were alone.
I needed you so much. We must have strength.
To the audience.
Enjoy. What reck their words, so the design lead whither it was planned? A little, and they forth shall fly in space after the manner of created things, to plead your mercy. I will see to that.
What does he mean?
It is some threat, perhaps.
If we could draw remorse.
Going quickly to the right edge of the decoration.
My lover.
We have found our buried life. Fear not. They only see what matter.
Voices.
Without.
Come, we call.
No, no.
Muttering to him as he glances at the audience.
Beyond is naught, except the gods.
Do you not feel their eyes? Eyes that stare, waiting. We were happy.
Come.
To the audience.
They hear the voices, but only in your minds. So that was a symbol merely. This is fact.
He has lifted the girl, right. She stands for an instant, then, with conventionalized movement, turns towards the man. As always, controlled.
Alas, not lost nor slain. Even that were best. Rather than find you false to the gods' will, than tell you to go forth, it might be you could save all decoration.
Save? Thereby?
His going would depict altruism.
To the woman.
She does not know, nor we. Surely.
Looking towards the girl almost in the manner of the early grotesques.
Beyond the decoration there is naught that's real, except the gods.
The good will conquer.
Us, our love, our life, for the pleasure of the strengthless gods. If there be...
She stops. The man, with a conventionalized movement, is approaching the girl. With a sharp cry.
No! It is revolt concealed!
Those ancient staring eyes that will outlive the moon and stars compel us to submit.
The puffed up bubbles burst.
Looking toward Capelchard.
Whatever we do ends as he planned.
Once more unhappiness.
To herself.
Now we may conquer hope and end all fear.
To the man.
Unhappiness, I ask no less from them.
After a moment.
What would you have me do? I have betrayed you, even her, our love. This. Penance.
Turning front.
I am a grotesque. We will no longer bow. The prey of gods.
He destroys the altar. A pause.
They have no answer. Ha! Nor power. They can only stare. Hear, O ye gods who brought us into life, we fling defiance. Give us freedom.
Oh!
They shall have freedom, even as they wish. Freedom beyond their wish, freedom complete, and even the gods shall hesitate to laugh. We'll pause, merely to mend the broken rhythm.
We must stand firm. I cannot save you.
No.
Capelchard brings the sprite from the right edge of the decoration. At Capelchard's direction, the sprite bends towards the girl. As the sprite seizes her.
Ah, catch me not so.
I have you for myself.
With a glance at the man.
Thus far, forever, if there come no help.
A silence that brings the design to complete stagnation. A pause. The lights of the auditorium are very slightly illuminated. A pause. The lights diminish and go out.
Mercy. Not mercy from them. Hate.
At last, the gods.
Capelchard looks at the grotesques. He smiles.
What matter? Let the end be dexterous. Then to new canvas and a different theme, backgrounds as many as the stars themselves, and these grotesques would seek a wider range, a third dimension, something infinite.
Pray to the gods.
Yes, offer them a prayer.
Now like a demon of dread power, vast to their small eyes, but small to me myself. Lo, I take down the moon, erase the stars.
He does so. There is no less light.
It is the end. I love you.
We have loved.
Caught in the void, we'll sweep the canvas clear. New decoration, say, by Alastair. For naught is permanent, excepting change.
He tears away the background and goes out, leaving the stage a void filled by a strange diminishing light, which penetrates beyond into the surrounding nowhere, an emptiness in which the grotesques, including the crone, whom he flings forward with the others, move vaguely. A pause.
Have mercy upon us.
A long silence. Curtain. End of Grotesques, a decoration in black and white, by Cloyd Head.
A Tragedian in Spite of Himself by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters:
Ivan Ivanovich Tolkashov.
The father of a family.
Read by Lambda.
Alexei Alexeyevich Murashkin.
His friend.
Read by Ernst Patinama.
Narrator. Read by Anastasia Salocha. The scene is laid in St. Petersburg, in Murashkin's flat. Murashkin's study. Comfortable furniture. Murashkin is seated at his desk. Enter Tolkachev, holding in his hands a glass globe for a lamp, a toy bicycle, 3 hat boxes, a large parcel containing a dress, a bin case of beer, and several little parcels. He looks round stupidly and lays himself down on the sofa in exhaustion.
How do you do, Ivan Ivanovitch? Delighted to see you. What brings you here?
Tolkachev, breathing heavily.
My dear good fellow, I want to ask you something. I implore you lend me a revolver till tomorrow. Be a friend.
What do you want a revolver for?
I must have it. Oh, little fathers. Give me some water. Water, quickly. I must have it. I've got to go through a dark wood tonight. So in case of accidents, do, please, lend it to me.
Oh, you liar, Ivan Ivanovitch. What the devil have you got to do in a dark wood? I expect you are up to something. I can see by your face that you are up to something. What's the matter with you? Are you ill?
Wait a moment. Let me breathe. Oh, little mothers, I am dog tired. I have got a feeling all over me, and in my head as well, as if I have been roasted on a spit. I can't stand it any longer. Be a friend, and don't ask me any questions, or insist on details. Just give me a revolver. I beseech you.
Well, really, Ivan Ivanovitch, what cowardice is this? The father of a family and a civil servant holding a responsible post? For shame.
What sort of a father of a family am I? I am a martyr. I am a beast of burden, a nigger, a slave, a rascal who keeps on waiting here for something to happen, instead of starting off for the next world. I am a rag, a fool, an idiot. Why am I alive? What's the use?
Jumps up.
Well now, tell me, why am I alive? What's the purpose of this uninterrupted series of mental and physical sufferings? I understand being a martyr to an idea. Yes, but to be a martyr to the devil knows what? Skirts and lamp globes? No, I humbly decline. No, no, no. I have had enough. Enough.
Don't shout. The neighbors will hear you.
Let your neighbors hear. It's all the same to me. If you don't give me a revolver, somebody else will. And there will be an end of me anyway. I have made up my mind.
Hold on, you've pulled off a button. Speak calmly. I still don't understand what's wrong with your life.
What's wrong? You ask me what's wrong? Very well, I'll tell you. Very well. I'll tell you everything. And then perhaps my soul will be lighter. Let's sit down. Now listen. Oh, little mothers, I am out of breath. Just let's take today as an instance. Let's take today. As you know, I have got to work at the treasury from 10 to 4. It's hot, it's stuffy, there are flies, and, my dear fellow, the very dickens of a chaos. The secretary is on leave, Karpova is going to get married, and the smaller fry is mostly in the country, making love or occupied with amateur theatricals. Everybody is so sleepy, tired, and done up that you can't get any sense out of them. The secretary's duties are in the hands of an individual who is deaf in the left ear and in love. The public has lost its memory. Everybody is running about angry and raging, and there is such a hullabaloo that you can't hear yourself speak. Confusion and smoke everywhere, and my work is deathly, always the same, always the same. First a correction, then a reference back, another correction, another reference back. It is all as monotonous as the waves of the sea. One's eyes, you understand, simply crawl out of one's head. Give me some water. You come out a broken, exhausted man. You would like to dine and fall asleep, but you don't. You remember that you live in the country. That is, you are a slave, a rag, a bit of string, a bit of limp flesh, and you've got to run around and do errands. Where we live, a pleasant custom has grown up. When a man goes to town, every wretched female inhabitant, not to mention one's own wife, has the power and the right to give him a crowd of commissions. The wife orders you to run into the modistes and curse her for making her bodice too wide across the chest and too narrow across the shoulders. Little Sonia wants a pair of shoes. Your sister-in-law wants some scarlet silk like the pattern at 20 kopecks and 3 ashins long. Just wait, I'll read you.
Takes a note out of his pocket and reads.
A globe for the lamp, 1 pound of pork sausages, 5 kopecks worth of cloves and cinnamon, castor oil for Misha, 10 pounds of granulated sugar, to bring with you from home, a copper jar for the sugar, carbolic acid, insect powder 10 kopecks worth, 20 bottles of beer, vinegar, and corsets for Madame Chansau at number 82. Huff! And to bring home Misha's winter coat and goloshes. That is the order of my wife and family. Then there are the commissions of our dear friends and neighbors. Devil take them. Tomorrow is the name day of Volodya Vlasin. I have to buy a bicycle for him. The wife of Lieutenant Colonel Witkin is in an interesting condition, and I am therefore bound to call in at the midwife's every day and invite her to come. And so on, and so on. There are 5 notes in my pocket, and my handkerchief is all knots. And so, my dear fellow, you spend the time between your office and your train, running about the town like a dog with your tongue hanging out, running and cursing life, from the clothiers to the chemists, from the chemists to the modists, from the modists to the pork butchers, and then back again to the chemists. In one place you stumble, in a second you lose your money, in a third you forget to pay, and they raise a hue and cry after you. In a fourth, you tread on the train of a lady's dress. Phew! You get so shaken up from all this that your bones ache all night and you dream of crocodiles. Well, you have made all your purchases. But how are you to pack all these things? For instance, how are you to put a heavy copper jar together with a lamp globe or the carbolic acid with the tea? How are you to make the combination of beer bottles and this bicycle? It's the labors of Hercules, a puzzle, a rebus. Whatever tricks you think of, in the long run you're bound to smash or scatter something. And at the station and in the train, you have to stand with your arms apart, holding up some parcel or other under your chin, with parcels, cardboard boxes, and such like rubbish all over you. The train starts. The passengers begin to throw your luggage about on all sides. You've got your things on somebody else's seat. They yell. They call for the conductor. They threaten to have you put out. But what can I do? I just stand and blink my eyes like a wagged donkey. Now listen to this. I get home. You think I would like to have a nice little drink after my righteous labours and a good square meal? Isn't that so? But there is no chance of that. My spouse has been on the lookout for me for some time. You have hardly started on your soup when she has her claws into you, wretched slave that you are. And wouldn't you like to go to some amateur theatricals or to a dance? You can't protest. You are a husband. And the word husband, when translated into the language of summer residents in the country, means a dumb beast which you can load to any extent without fear of interference of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. So you go and blink at a family scandal or something. You applaud when your wife tells you to. You feel worse and worse and worse until you expect an apoplectic fit to happen any moment. If you go to dance, you have to find partners for your wife. And if there is a shortage of them, Then you dance the quadrilles yourself. You get back from the theatre or the dance after midnight, when you're no longer a man but a useless, limp rag. Well, at last you've got what you want. You unrobe and get into bed. It's excellent. You can close your eyes and sleep. Everything is so nice, poetic, and warm. You understand? There are no children squealing behind the wall, and you've got rid of your wife, and your conscience is clear. What more can you want? You fall asleep, and suddenly you hear a buzz. Gnats.
Jumps up.
Gnats. Be they triply occurred gnats.
Shakes his fist.
Gnats. It's one of the plagues of Egypt. One of the tortures of Inquisition. Buzz. It sounds so pitiful, so pathetic, as if it's begging your pardon. But the villain stings so that you have to scratch yourself for an hour after. You smoke and go for them, and cover yourself from head to foot. But it's no good. At last you have had to sacrifice yourself, and let the cursed things devour you. You have no sooner got used to the gnats, when another plague begins. Downstairs your wife begins practicing sentimental songs with her two friends. They sleep by day, and rehearse for amateur concerts by night. Oh, my God! Those tenors are a torture with which no gnats on earth can compare.
He sings.
Oh, tell me not my youth has ruined you. Before thee do I stand enchanted. Oh, the beastly things! They have about killed me. So as to deafen myself a little, I do this. I drum on my ears. This goes on till 4 o'clock. Oh, give me some water, brother. I can't. Well, not having slept, you get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and off you go to the station. You run so as not to be late, and it's muddy, foggy, cold. Purr. Then you get to town and start all over again. So there, brother, it's a horrible life. I wouldn't wish one like it for my enemy. You understand? I am ill, got asthma, heartburn. I am always afraid of something. I've got indigestion. Everything is thick before me. I have become a regular psychopath.
Looking round.
Only, between ourselves, I want to go down to see Chicot or Miss Whiskey. There is some devil in me, brother. In moments of despair and suffering, when the gnats are stinging or the tenors sing, everything suddenly grows dim. You jump up and race round the whole house like a lunatic and shout, I want blood! Blood! And really, all the time, you do want to let a knife into somebody, or hit him over the head with a chair. That's what life in a summer villa leads to. And nobody has any sympathy for me. Everybody seems to think it's all as it should be. People even laugh. But understand, I am a living being, and I want to live. This isn't farce, it's tragedy. I say, if you don't give me your revolver, you might at any rate sympathize.
I do sympathize.
I see how much you sympathize. Goodbye. I've got to go buy some anchovies and some sausage, and some tooth powder, and then to the station.
Where are you living?
At Carry-on River.
Murashkin, delighted.
Really? Then you know Olga Pavlovna Finberg, who lives there?
I know her. We are even acquainted.
How perfectly splendid. That's so convenient, and it would be so good of you.
What's that?
My dear fellow, wouldn't you do one little thing for me? Be a friend. Promise me now.
What's that?
It would be such a friendly action. I implore you, my dear man. In the first place, give Olga Pavlovna my very kind regards. In the second place, there's a little thing I'd like you to take down to her. She asked me to get a sewing machine, but I haven't anybody to send it down to her by. You take it, my dear, and you might at the same time take down this canary in its cage, Only be careful or you'll break the door. What are you looking at me like that for?
A sewing machine, a canary in a cage, siskins, chaffinch.
Ivan Ivanovich, what's the matter with you? Why are you turning purple?
Толкачев, stamping.
Give me the sewing machine. Where's the bird's cage? Now get on top yourself. Eat me. Tear me to pieces. Kill me.
Clenching his fists.
I want blood. Blood. Blood.
You've gone mad.
Толкачев, treading on his feet.
I want blood. Blood.
Murashkin, in horror.
He's gone mad. Peter! Maria! Where are you? Help!
Толкачев, chasing him round the room.
I want blood. Blood.
Curtain. End of A Tragedian in Spite of Himself by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov.
The Slave with Two Faces, an Allegory by Mary Carolyn Davies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters.
Life. Read by Lambda.
First Girl, read by Lucy Perry.
Second Go, read by Anastasia Saloha.
A Woman, read by Christine G.
Man, read by Todd.
Young Man by Mary Kay.
Workman, read by Todd.
Old Man, read by Bev Stevens.
A Voice, read by Trisha G.
Another Voice by Mary Kay.
Third Voice, read by Abai.
Narrated by Janet. The scene is a wood through which runs a path. Wild rose bushes and other wood things border it. On opposite sides of the path stand two girls waiting. They have not looked at each other. The girls wear that useful sort of gown which, with the addition of a crown, makes a queen, without, makes a peasant. The first girl wears a crown. The second carries one carelessly in her hand. First girl, looking across at the other.
For whom are you waiting?
I'm waiting for life.
I am waiting for life also.
They said that he would pass this way. Do you believe that he will pass this way?
He passes always.
Second girl, still breathing quickly.
I ran to meet life.
Are you not afraid of him?
Yes, that is why I ran to meet him.
First girl, to herself.
I too ran to meet him.
Ah, he is coming.
No, it is only the little quarrelling words of the leaves and the winds that are always urging them to go away.
The leaves do not go.
Some day they will go, and the wind knows. Why are you not wearing your crown?
Why should we wear crowns?
She places the crown upon her head.
Do you not know?
No.
That is all of wisdom, the wearing of crowns before the eyes of life.
I do not understand you.
Few understand wisdom, even those who need it most.
He's coming. I heard a sound.
It was only the sound of a petal, dreaming that it had fallen from the rose tree.
I have waited.
We all long for him. We cry out to him. When he comes, he hurts us, he tortures us, he kills us, unless we know the secret.
What is the secret?
That he is a slave. He pretends, but always he knows in his heart that he is a slave. Only of those who have learned his secret is he afraid.
Tell me more.
Over those who are afraid of him he is a tyrant. He obeys kings and queens.
Then that
is why we must never let him see us without our crowns.
How do you know these things?
They were told me by an old wise man who sits outside the gate of our town.
How did he know? Because he's one of those who are kings?
No, because he was one of those who are afraid.
Second girl, dreamily.
I have heard that life is very beautiful. Is he so? I have heard also that he is supremely ugly, that his mouth is white and grinning, that his eyes slant and his nostrils are thick. Is he so? Or is he very beautiful?
Perhaps you will see for yourself. Ah!
As Life saunters into view at the farthest bend of the path. He walks like a conqueror, but there is something ugly in his appearance. Life sees the girls just as a sudden sunray catches the jewels of their crowns. He cringes and walks like a hunchback slave. He is beautiful now.
He has seen our crowns.
Ah!
Remember, you are only safe as long as you remain his master. Never forget that he is a slave and that you are a queen.
Second girl to herself.
I must never let him see me without my crown.
Hush, he is coming.
He is very beautiful.
While he is a slave.
Second girl, not hearing.
He is very beautiful.
Life.
Life bows to the ground at her feet. Second girl, in delight.
Ah!
Life, I would have opals on a platter.
Life bows in assent.
Oh!
And pearls.
Life bows.
Ah!
And a little castle set within a hedge.
Life bows.
Yes!
I would have a fair prince to think tinkling words about me, and I would have a strawberry tart with little flutings in the crust. Go, see that these things are made ready for me.
Life bows in assent and turns to go.
Ah!
See? It is so that one must act. It is thus one must manage him. So, and not otherwise, it is done. Now, do you try.
She plucks a rose from a bush beside her and twirls it in her fingers.
Life!
Life kneels.
I have a wish for a gown of gold.
Life bows.
Yes.
And over his bowed head, the two laugh gaily at the ease of his subjection.
And a little garden where may walk and think of trumpets blowing.
Life bows.
It is a good rule.
First girl, calling slave back as he is leaving.
I have a wish for a grey steed.
Life bows.
Bring me a little page too, with golden hair and with a dimple.
Life acquiesces and starts to leave. First girl, calling him back with a gesture.
Life.
An important afterthought.
With two dimples.
And an amber necklace. Bring me an amber necklace.
First girl, tossing away the rose she has just plucked.
And a fresh rose.
Life bows, turns to obey. The two are convulsed with mirth at the adventure and its success.
Life?
Life halts.
What are you going to do?
Come here.
Life comes to her. With a quick movement, she snatches one of the gold chains from about his neck. Second girl, frightened.
How can you dare?
What you see, you must take.
She seizes his wrist and pulls from it a bracelet. Second girl, frightened.
Go.
Exit Life.
But why?
He does not like beggars, Life. You see, he is a slave himself.
He is so beautiful.
Do not forget that he is your slave. This rosebush
touches it.
Is a queen who forgot.
First girl, pointing to bones that seemed part of bushes along roadside.
Those are the bones of others who forgot.
But he is beautiful.
Only so long as you are his master.
But he is kind.
Only so long as you are not afraid of him.
But you snatched.
Life is the only person to whom one should be rude.
They hear sounds of moaning and cries, and a harsh voice menacing some unseen crowd.
What is that?
Come, we must not be seen.
Pulls her companion behind bush at side of stage.
What will be done to us?
Hush! If he should see you, he is always watching for the first sign of fear.
What is the first sign of fear?
It is a thought.
But can he see one's thoughts?
Only thoughts of fear.
If one hides them well even from oneself?
Even then. But words are more dangerous still. If we say we are afraid, we will be more afraid, because whatever we make into words makes itself into our bodies.
Voices off stage.
Oh, Master! Mercy, Master!
It spoils him, this cringing. It spoils a good servant, as long as he is kept in his place.
A man enters and kneels, looking at life off stage in fear. First girl steals to man and says,
But he is only a slave. Do you not see that he is a slave?
How can you say that? Look at his terrible face. Who that has seen his face can doubt that he is a master, and a cruel one?
He cannot be a master unless you make him so.
What is this that you are saying? Is it true?
Yes, it is true. Even though it can be put into words, it is true.
Man starts to rise, sinks to knees again.
Yes, I see that it is true. But go away.
First girl crouching behind bush again.
Ah!
Life crosses the stage, with a whip of many thongs driving a huddled throng of half-crouching men and women. They kneel and kiss his robe. His mouth is wide and grinning, his eyes slant, his nostrils are thick. He is hideous.
You, give me your ideals. 3 ideals? Is that all you have?
Life has robbed me of my ideals.
He robbed me too.
But I had so few.
When you have toiled to possess more, he will take those from you also.
Life to an old woman.
For 12 hours you shall toil at what you hate. For an hour you shall work at what you love, to keep the wound fresh, to make the torture keener.
Ah, pity! Do not be so cruel. Let me forget the work I love.
Dog, take what I give you. It is not by begging that you may win anything from me.
Give me a dream to strengthen my hands.
A little love to make the day less terrible.
Only rest, a little rest. Time to think of the sea and of grasses blowing in the wind.
Master!
Life flashes her with his whip. The woman screams. Life draws back from them and dances a mocking dance, dancing himself into greater fury. Laughing terribly, he lashes out at them. Several fall dead. He chokes a cripple with his hands. Finally, he drives them off the stage before him, several furtively dragging the bodies with them. Second girl, as the two emerge from their hiding place.
Oh, I wish never to see his face as they saw it.
You will not, unless you kneel. Never kneel, little queen.
I shall never kneel to life. I shall stand upright as you have taught me, and I shall say, bring me another necklace, life.
I must go now for a little while. I shall come back. Do not forget.
She goes out.
I shall say...
Life's voice is heard off stage. Second girl cowers. Life enters.
Slave! I would have the chain with the red stone.
As Life submissively approaches, she snatches it from his neck.
And this?
Snatching at his hand and pulling the ring from a finger, the slave bows. She happens to look toward the spot where the bodies were and shivers. Life, raising his head in time to see the look of horror. From this moment, his aspect gradually changes until, from the slave, he becomes a tyrant.
Are you afraid of me?
No.
There are many who are afraid of me.
You are a slave.
There are many who are afraid.
You are only a slave.
A slave may become a master.
No.
I may become.
You are my slave.
If I were your master.
You are a slave.
If I were your master, I would be kind to you. You are beautiful.
Ah.
You are very beautiful.
It is my crown that makes me beautiful.
If you should take your crown from your head, you would still be beautiful.
That I will not do.
You are beautiful as the slight burning of the apple petal's cheek when the sun glances at the great flowers near it. You are beautiful as the little pool far in the forest which holds lily buds in its hands. You are beautiful.
Second girl, aside.
I think he wants me to be afraid, so I will say it. I have heard that men are like that. I am not afraid, but I will say it to please him.
Are you afraid of me?
Yes.
Are you afraid?
Yes, I am afraid.
Ha! That pleases me.
Second girl, aside.
I knew that I would be able to please him. Whatever I make into words makes itself into my body, she said, like fear. But she does not know everything. It is impossible that she should know everything. And it is so pleasant to please him, and so easy. I am not afraid of him. I have only said that I am afraid.
Will not you take your crown from your head?
No.
There is nothing so beautiful as a woman's hair flying in the wind. I can see your hair beneath your crown. Your hair would be beautiful flying in the wind.
Second girl, removes crown.
'Tis only for a moment.
Yes, you are beautiful.
Second girl, to herself.
It may be that I was not wise.
You are like a new flower opening and dazzling a passing bird with sudden color.
She said that I must not.
You are like the bird that passes. Your hair lifts like wings in the sun.
He has not harmed me.
Your crown is like jewels gathered from old galleons beneath the sea. May I see your crown?
Second girl, holds it out cautiously towards him, then changes her mind.
No.
Let me hold it in my fingers. I shall give it back to you.
No.
I shall give it back.
If you will surely give it back to me.
Life, takes crown.
But your hair is lovelier without a crown.
Flings it from him.
What have you done?
It was only in jest.
But you promised.
In jest.
But...
Ho ho! Laugh with me. What a jest!
Second girl, laughs, then shivers. Life, in high good humor with himself.
Dance for me. You are young. You are happy. Dance.
What shall my dance say?
That it is spring, and that there are brooks flowing, newly awakened and mad to be with the sea. That there is a white bud widening under the moon, and in a curtained room a young girl sleeping. That the sun has wakened her.
Second girl, dances these things. At first she is afraid of him, then she forgets and dances with abandon.
And now give me back my crown.
You do not need a crown, pretty one.
I am afraid of you.
Afraid of me? What have I done?
I do not know.
Don't be afraid.
I am afraid.
I shall be a kind master to you.
Master?
A kind master.
You are my slave.
I shall never be your slave again.
And if she were right, if it is true,
What are you saying?
Nothing.
You must call me master.
No, that I will not do.
Life leering at her.
Call me master. Then I shall be kind to you.
No, I cannot.
Life picks up his whip from the path, toying with the whip but laughing at her.
Then I shall be kind.
Master,
It has a good sound.
you will give me.
Greedy one, be grateful that I do not punish you.
You would not strike me.
If you do not obey,
Second girl, whispering.
You would not strike.
you must kneel.
Second girl, repeating.
Never kneel, little queen.
You must kneel to me.
No!
Life, raising the whip as if to strike.
On your knees, slave.
You were kind. Life, you were kind. You said beautiful words to me.
Kneel.
You would be always kind. You said.
Will you obey?
I shall never.
Life curls his whip around her shoulder. Second girl screams.
Do not flog me. I will kneel.
Kneels.
So, in that way, I can win obedience.
Master!
It has a good sound.
Pity! Have pity!
Do not whine.
Kicks her. Second girl rises, staggering.
Spare me!
I shall beat you, for the cries of those who fear me are sweet in my ears.
Beats her.
Master!
Life, flinging aside whip.
But sweeter yet are stilled cries.
He seizes her. They struggle.
He is too strong. I can struggle no longer.
They struggle. Life chokes her to death and flings her body from him. Then, laughing horribly, he goes off the stage. First girl enters skipping merrily, singing.
Hi-ho in April, hi-ho, hi-ho. All the town in April is gay, is gay.
She plucks rose from bush.
Hi-ho in April, in merry, merry April, love came a-riding, and of a sunny day I met him on the way. Hi-ho in April, hi-ho, hi-ho.
Suddenly seeing the body, she breaks the song and stares without moving. Then she goes very slowly toward it, smooths down the dead girl's dress, and kneels beside the body. Whispers.
She was young. He was cruel.
Touches the body.
She also was a queen. She snatched his trinkets. See, there on her dead neck is his chain with the red fire caught in gold, and on her finger his ring. But he was too strong. Too strong.
She stands, trembles, cowering in terror.
Life has broken her. Life has broken them all. Some day, I am afraid.
Life enters, still the ugly tyrant. She remains cowering. His eyes rove slowly over the stage, but she sees him a second before he discovers her. She straightens up just in time to be her scornful self before his eyes light upon her. As she speaks, Life becomes the slave again. First girl carelessly flings rose down without seeing that it has fallen upon the body.
Life, bring me a fresh rose.
The slave bows abjectly and goes to do her bidding. Curtain. End of The Slave with Two Faces, an Allegory, by Mary Carolyn Davies.
The Masque of the Two Strangers by Lady Alex Edgerton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters: Joy.
Read by Trisha G.
Laughter.
Read by Frances Brown.
Song.
Read by Christine G.
Dance.
Read by Amanda Friday.
Service.
Read by Mary Kay.
Poetry.
Read by Prachi Pense.
Hope.
Read by Lydia.
Princess Duché Cour.
Read by Anna Simon.
Sorrow.
Read by Abai.
Fame.
Read by Ali Kazerani.
Riches.
Read by Prachi Pense.
Power.
Read by Lucy Perry.
Love.
Read by Ali Kazerani.
Heralds. Read by Mary Kay.
Jester.
Read by Anastasia Saloha.
Narration by Todd. Prologue. Enter a jester.
Good people, of your gentle courtesy, I pray your patience now, and listen to me. Before you I will here present today a story told in the medieval way. Now sad, now merry, here and there a song, while through it all a meaning runs along. On this side is a court of youth, where dwells a princess who is held by magic spells. On that is the vast other world, from whence the great immortals come for her defense. Betwixt the greater and the lesser power, the duel that goes on from hour to hour throughout the ages, I would have you see, depicted in this passing fantasy. The players come, and I had best away. I'll come back afterwards and end my say.
Music of Masque begins. Joy and Laughter run in laughing, chase each other round the stage, and pelt each other with flowers. Laughter, flinging herself on the ground, breathless.
Ah, it is good to run and laugh again. I'm so weary of these sombre days.
And I of sitting silent in the house. We used before to have such merry games. Now Duché Cour will not even smile.
She says that she will never laugh again.
And when I called to her to come and play at hide-and-seek down in the rose garden, she said her playing days were over now.
It seems so strange. Only a while ago we played at ball across the laurel hedge, and when the ball fell into the fountain court and rolled into the water, floating out to where the lilies lay, half closed in sleep, 'twas she who went in barefoot with her dress kilted above her knees, and laughed to feel the flicking of the golden fishes' tails. She said her pink toes looked like coral shells, and splashed the water just to see it shine, like diamonds in the sun upon my hair. A while ago she was a child with us.
Joy sighs.
Laughter, I like not living at the court.
Starting.
Someone is coming.
They run and hide behind a seat. Song enters, humming to herself and twisting flowers into a garland. Joy and Laughter spring out upon her and catch hold of her hands, one on each side.
Why, 'tis only Song. For 3 days now we have not heard thy voice.
No, Discourse's life is too sad for songs. Yet music is a gift of the high gods, and like the birds I sing or I must die.
Sing us a ballad while we are alone. Old Service is asleep beside the well and will not hear thee.
Song, sitting on the seat.
Well, what shall I sing? How would you like all on an April day?
Joy, clapping her hands.
About the knight who rode into Amiens town?
Then will we sing the refrain, Joy and I.
A lover rode to Amiens town, all on an April day. He looked not up, he looked not down, but fixed his gaze on Amiens town. Sing hey the lover's way. The cuckoo sang above his head, all on an April day. The blossoming trees were white and red, yet still he never turned his head. Sing hey the lover's way. The dappled grass with daisies strewn, all on an April's day, was trodden by his horseshoe. He heeded not those daisies strewn. Sing hey the lover's way. He wore a ragged surcoat green, all on an April day. But no device thereon was seen, nor blazon on that surcoat green. Sing hey, the lovers' way. He rode in by the eastern gate, all on an April day. Though poor and mean was his estate, kings have gone through that eastern gate. Sing hey, the lovers' way. He stood by the cathedral door, all on an April day, and watched our ladies fair a score pass through the cathedral door. Sing hey, the lovers' way. A knot of ribbon at his feet, all on an April day, and one swift smile, such radiance sweet, fell with a ribbon at his feet. Sing hey, the lovers' way. He hid the token in his breast, all on an April day, yet to his lips full oft he pressed the ribbon hidden in his breast. Sing hey, the lovers' way. A lover rode to Amiens town, all on an April day. A beggar wore a starry crown, and a king rode out of Amiens town. Sing hey, the lovers' way.
After the fourth verse, enter Dance, who dances through the remaining verses. Enter Service, hurriedly.
How now, what noise is this? Thou knowest song, thy voice may not be heard at all, and ye children too, ye will get sent away. Sure that ye will. Here am I, sent packing off to seek for the wise woman Poetry. The heralds too are up and down the land with proclamations. Go in, go in. Dusker is wandering with the grey stranger in the garden, and when she comes may want your company.
Enter Poetry.
I am the mouthpiece of the eternal God, and in my voice that down the ages rings, men hear the ceaseless heartbeats of the world. Without me, all that has been would have died and lain forgotten in a silent grave. The present echoes what I once have sung. The future holds the secrets I have read.
Hail, and well met. I was but starting forth to seek thee. Thou who hast the wisdom of all time, mayest help us in our hour of need. An evil spell has been cast about the princess, and how it is to be broken, none of us know.
Good Service, tell me all, for I presume, despite the tender care which through her life has shielded Dusker like a ring of steel, that to her side some foe has won his way, and dimmed the peaceful mirror of her soul.
Yea, truly. One evening, as the sun was setting, a woman clad in long grey robes entered the palace gates, and meeting the princess on the terrace walk, led her down among the cypresses. They sat long together in the twilight, and ever since Dusker is changed. No smile curves her lips, the sunlight is gone from her face, and she goes always with a veiled head and sad unseeing eyes. I heard but now her companions are to be sent away. Joy, laughter, song, and dance, all to be banished. This is the grey woman's doing, but why no man can say.
The stranger in grey robes of whom ye speak is Sorrow's self, whose other name is Pain. She comes, and when she comes none may resist. Against her none have power to bar their gates. Ye who have always cherished Dusker and guarded her from knowledge of the world, have left her ignorance a prey to pain. Thus night has fallen on a tender heart that never saw the shadows of the sun. Queen Sorrow, who can hide the stars of heaven, has torn the golden veil from top to hem, and in the outer darkness Dusker stands, seeing no rift to tell of light eclipsed, knowing no key to all the mystery.
The king, her father, has sent proclamations forth that whoso can bring back the smile to Dusker's lips, the sunshine to her face, whoso can win her from the grey woman's side, on him shall half the kingdom be bestowed, and Dusker's hand in marriage. The heralds have gone crying this abroad, and we have word 3 suitors are travelling here post-haste.
I know not who these suitors chance to be, but not by them may sorrow be cast out. Only one holds a mightier spell than hers, and I will send my constant messenger to seek him to the ends of all the earth. Come to me, child, who holdest eternal youth.
Enter Hope.
Didst call me, Poetry?
Yea, child of my heart, go out into the wilderness for me. Find me the stranger in a pilgrim's garb, around whose head the songbirds pipe their lays, beneath whose feet the withered flowers revive. Say, in the court of youth Queen Sorrow reigns, and shadows lie like night on Duskha's heart.
In the great court of youth Queen Sorrow reigns, and shadows lie like night on Dushekure's heart.
Bid him come hither. Haste thee on thy way.
Exit Hope. Trumpet music. Herald heard off. Oyez, oyez, oyez.
Here comes the herald.
Enter Herald, repeating oyez, oyez, oyez. Herald, facing audience.
Know all whom it may concern throughout this realm, that as one has come and brought darkness on the land, to all good people is this proclamation made. Whoso can drive the grey woman forth, whoso can free the Princess Dushka from her spell, whoso can bring the sunshine into the land, unto him will be given half of the kingdom, and the hand of the Princess Dushka in marriage, given on this day of June. Oyez, oyez, oyez.
Exit Herald. Oyez, oyez, oyez dies away in the distance. Music. Enter Joy, laughter, song, and dance, followed by Princess Dushekure and Sorrow.
Ye children of the court, your hour has struck. Your doom of banishment has been pronounced, for where I am, there can ye never be.
Dusker, I pray thee hear me. Let me sing one of the old songs that we loved. Maybe the memory of those happy days will rise, and lift the weight of sadness from thy face.
Dusker, I charge thee, listen. All the past of childhood calls thee in the voice of song.
Sing if thou wilt. Those days were long ago.
I stood beside the lilac bush while all its blossoms rained on me. I watched the white wraith of the moon turn to pale gold above the sea. I held a wonderful almond bow and waved it 3 times circle-wise. I whispered words of fairy lore with beating heart and close-shut eyes. I opened them on a forest sea of Summerland. The open glade lay shining like a tourmaline set in a ring of duller jade. I saw 3 queens with shining crowns go riding by on palfreys grey. I saw 3 knights that followed close, and dreams were in their eyes that day. I saw a minstrel with his harp, cloak was green and patched and torn. I saw a hunter with his bow. I heard the winding of his horn. I saw a bush of lavender with clouds of fluttering butterflies. Then I looked backward to the earth and broke my fairy spell with sighs.
I cannot bear thy music in my heart. No answering chords respond. The past is dead. I hear the tears of thousands in thy voice. When sorrow speaks, I hear no tones but hers.
No, thou art mine, princess. I hold thee fast.
Josquin, I bid thee raise thy heavy eyes. Dance is the eldest daughter of my heart, born when the rhythm of the stars was voiced. The past and future meet alike in her. Let her bring back the sunshine to thy face.
With flying feet we chased the hours away. I used to make thee clap thy hands in glee, and thought to go with thee along the years.
My feet are lead, but dance on if thou wilt. What can the future hold for me and thee?
As the dance ends, she cries,
Ah, sorrow, bid them cease and drive them hence. Send joy and laughter, song and dance away. Call silence here, who is thy foster child. I am afraid of all this mocking world, and fain would live alone, alone with thee.
Go forth into the wilderness. Here is no room for ye. Go forth into the void that lies beyond. Here I in majesty henceforth shall reign, veiling the sun and stars to all eternity. Go forth, let wide-eyed silence take the place ye occupied before. Where flowers ye scattered, he henceforth shall strew ashes upon the floor. Twilight shall fall upon this court of youth, now and forevermore.
exeunt song, dance, joy, and laughter.
Josquin, thine eyes are bound. Thou dost but see with vision warped by her who holds thy hand. I, who have watched the web of life unfold, and hold the secrets of a million lives, can tell thee from the heights whereupon I dwell, it is not thus that thou wilt help the world. Thou canst not right the wrong with further wrong, but now thine ears are dulled. Thou wilt not hear what I might teach thee.
During this speech enter Herald, who speaks to service. Exit Herald.
3 suitors. Fame, riches, and power are at the gate, princess, and claim an audience. They have banished the grey woman from the sight of others, and seek to do this for thee. With them they bring charms that have before broken the spells of sorrow. These are beyond price, but each asks in exchange thy hand in marriage, as promised in the proclamation cried by the heralds.
To Coeur, turning to Sorrow,
What must I do?
Bid them approach, my child. It may be their rich gifts will pleasure thee.
Enter Herald, followed by Fame.
Fame, lord of the marches of the east, salutes thee.
Exit Herald.
Fame am I called, princess. I bring thee this crown of unfading leaves, for which men pray and toil throughout their lives, unsatisfied. It shall be thine unsought. Grant me thy hand, and thou shalt live in glamour of high destiny. Thy name shall sound in honor through the world. Thy words shall set the hearts of men aflame. Let me but place the wreath about thy head. Thus shalt thou strike this lyre with deathless notes, which shall, vibrating through the fields of space, ring on, nor ever find a goal.
Deaf are the ears on which thy phrases fall. With one so young, what are thy spells to mine?
I see thy wreath of leaves entwined with asps, whose forked tongues whisper jealousy and hate. Thy harp is out of tune with sorrow's voice.
She is too tender for thine upward way. The solitude of those who follow thee is not for her. Pass on, my lord, pass on.
Enter Herald, followed by Riches.
Riches, the lord of the marches of the west, salutes thee.
Exit Herald.
My name is Riches, and I offer thee a store of wealth exhaustless as the sand. This is the symbol of my opulence, a casket in whose depths gold never fails. Grant me thy hand, and thou, princess, shalt gain all that the world contains of happiness. Thy palace shall be built of precious stones, and thou shalt walk on rose leaves every day. Sorrow shall be forgotten in my arms. Nothing shall be denied thee wealth can buy. All things, all men, yield to the touch of gold.
Blind are the eyes on which thy visions rise. My spells have turned thy glories into dust.
The gold thou offerest me is stained with blood. Thy precious stones were won with tears and toil. The sum of all thy wealth could not reflower the arid wastes that sorrow has laid bare.
She is too simple for thy promises. To one who knows not, sister poverty, thy lures, my lord, appear as idle words.
Enter Herald, followed by Power.
Power, lord of the marches north and south, salutes thee.
My name, princess, is Power, and this is my gift. My brothers brought thee fair renown and gold, with freedom from the spells that sorrow weaves. All these I offer thee. If thou accept, together we will sway men's destinies. Together we may rule their hearts, their souls. Together turn the very universe. Our throne shall rise a monument of might. Its steps shall mount from the green land of earth. Its canopy shall scrape the stars of heaven.
I have set that about her like a net thou canst not deal with. Never yet, O Power, hast thou been known to cut through cords of fear.
I would not wield thy sceptre for an hour. The burden of its weight would bear me down.
She is too young, too gentle for the heights where thou wouldst raise her. Be content, my lords, what ye have done is well. But one alone can break the spell, and he is at the gates. Already hope returns. He comes, he comes.
Enter Hope, running.
The stranger comes, he whom I went to seek.
The stranger comes, whose music fills the world.
The stranger comes, whose treasure gilds the world.
The stranger comes, whose sceptre rules the world.
Poetry, to Sorrow.
Now shall thy spell be broken. Dost thou hear the measured footsteps of approaching fate? The one who comes clad in the pilgrim's garb has ever proved thy silent conqueror.
I yield to him who is the greatest here, but those who have not met me by the way can never know him as he may be known. They only who have trod the dark abyss may dare to stand upon the topmost height. For they whose eyes were blindfold for a while alone can bear that blaze of brilliant light. Thus have I brought thee more than all thy court. Learn from his lips to see the world anew. I drew that grey veil all about thy head, thinking perchance to keep thee for my own, but thou were made for sunlight, not for gloom. Thus do I leave thee. Fare thee well, princess.
Touché-Court starts up and tries to hold Sorrow back.
Ah, stay with me, thou art my only friend.
Enter Love. Love and Sorrow look at each other. She draws her veil across her face and exit.
Who art thou, stranger, in a pilgrim's guise, who comest unattended, unannounced?
I may not tell thee that. Thou first must learn out of thine own heart to recall my name.
Fame, power, and riches brought me costly gifts, which I refused.
I come with empty hands.
Thy coming caused Queen Sorrow to depart. What right hast thou to drive my friends from me?
I came to bring thee swift deliverance. She laid a spell upon thee which in time had turned thy heart to unresponsive stone.
She brought me peace and sure oblivion of all this dark and weary world around.
Art thou so sure, princess, the world is dark?
So sure? Have I not heard the children weep? Is not my heart torn with their piteous cries? We live, and round us lies their sea of tears, a mighty sea that could engulf a realm.
I met a child outside thy palace once. His dress was ragged, but he smiled at me, and in his hand he held a purple flower. I knew it for the magic flower of dream. I asked him, "Art thou happy?" And he said, "I'm mostly hungry. Sometimes I am cold, and there are stones and thorns that hurt my feet. But while my flower lives, I am quite content. And I have friends, too, in the palace there. Laughter and dance they come and play with me. I met that child today, Princess. His face was white and pinched, and down his baby cheeks the tears were running. See, my flower has died, and dance and laughter have been sent away. Joy, too, is gone. Queen Sorrow reigns at court. Even the children now can play no more. He never knew before the world was dark. Art thou so sure, Princess, the child was wrong?
Have I not heard bereaved mothers weep?
There thou dost touch a chord in ignorance. Thou canst not guess the strength of motherhood, the hopes, the joys, the passionate regrets. She who has borne her child close to her heart has lit a star in heaven that lights her way. I kneel by them in their Gethsemane, and teach them how to weave immortal wreaths out of the sweetest flowers of memory. For them the sun still shines behind the clouds. Art thou so sure the world is wholly dark?
There echo in my ears the groans of toil, of those who labour on from year to year, until they sink beneath their weary lot.
Toil is the destiny of man, Princess, and none may question the supreme decree. Perchance through toil alone man may redeem a past that is forgotten. Who can tell? And there is still some aftermath of joy in labour well achieved, some dignity in toil accomplished. If the way is hard and seeming endless, those who seek for me will often find me singing at their side. Mine is the brotherhood of sympathy. But thou hast banished song. In silence now the toilers have to go upon their way. Art thou so sure it was all dark before?
What light is there for those who strive and fail?
One only fails, he whom some term success, he who gives heart and soul and youth and strength to an unworthy cause. Failure is he who sacrifices me before the world, who prostitutes the God in him for what will turn to dust and ashes in his hand. 'Tis he alone is outcast, though he thinks himself the son of all the universe. To those, Princess, whose striving seem to fail, it is not failure, for none see the end, and they who sigh are only those who seek an earlier consummation than is just. If they cling fast to me, they still behold the white star flowers hope plants about the world. Who knows to what fair land rough seas may lead?
Lo, over all I see the cruel hand of death outstretched, certain and pitiless.
The hand of death is full of tenderness. He leads men through that dark mysterious gate, that all must pass into another life, to other lives that through the cycles bring the souls of men upward from step to step, uniting those forever who are one. Death hushes them like children on his breast, setting his own smile on their silent lips, that tender smile of strange triumphant peace. Death is my brother, and I say to thee, learn to know me, thou wilt not fear his hand.
Another hand is knocking at my heart, whose touch I know not, and I feel afraid to listen, yet I long to hear. Stranger, who art thou? Let me see thy face.
Learn to know me, and thou shalt nothing fear.
Who art thou? Let me look into thine eyes.
Learn to know me, and thou wilt find the light.
Pilgrim, who art thou? Let me know thy name.
Dost thou not know me, douce coeur?
Thou art Love.
And dost thou know the meaning of my name? Tell me thou art not fearful any more.
The darkness that was bound about my eyes is falling from me. In the growing light the answer to life's riddle is made clear. I seem to stand upon a height, caught up in ecstasy of rapture near the sun. The day is dawning. Far before my eyes I see the earth spread out there like a map. Shadow and sunshine travelling on the road overtake each other, mingle, and are one.
O love, all hail! What is my crown to thine? Thy music is the song of all the stars, which rings through every heart attuned to thine.
O love, all hail! What is my wealth to thine? Thy riches are the moons of happiness, thy boundless gold, the sunshine of the world.
O love, all hail! Thine is the greater rule, the force predominating. Thou alone art the unvanquished king who conquers all.
O love, whose face is sought by all the world. Bid her go forth out of her palace gates into her kingdom that lies all around. Teach her what means to use to right the wrong, and ease the burden man has laid on man. My voice, that once could rouse men's sleeping souls, grows weary, and men often heed me not, turning deaf ears that will not hear my word. 'Tis thou alone canst win that mystic horn, which wakes alike the sleeping and the dead.
O love, I pray thee, call the children back. I am ashamed to think I drove them forth. I erred in ignorance. Forgive me, Lord.
Enter joy, laughter, song, and dance.
All ye who came to battle sorrow's spell, be with her now, and ye who hold in fee her happy days, go with her through the years. I all unseen will guide her destiny, and when, princess, I come again to thee, a worshipper will follow in my train. From other lips than mine thou then shalt learn the sweetest and the tenderest tale of all.
Now let us join with song, in merry mirth, draw to a fitting close our interlude.
Sorrow reigned her little day, love has driven her far away, brought the sunshine back to court, thus we end in merry sport.
Exeunt all. Epilogue. Enter Jester.
The tale is over, and the parts are done, and love again has proved the strongest one. I wonder, has it pleased you now to see the oldest tale told thus in fantasy? And let your answer be whatever it may be, whether your thumbs be up or down today will hurt not me. I did not write the play.
The Curtain. End of The Masque of the Two Strangers by Lady Alex Egerton.
by Alice Gerstenberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Mrs. Horace Pringle, read by Christine G.
Elaine, read by Frances Brown.
Dunham, the Butler, read by Algie Pug.
Narrated by Lambda. Scene: the dining room of a New York residence. A long table, running from left to right, with a chair at each end and 6 chairs on each side, is set elaborately for 14. Dunham, the butler, is hovering over the table to give it a few finishing touches as Mrs. Pringle comes in. She is a woman of fashion, handsome, and wears a very lovely evening gown. She is rather excitable in temperament, but withal capable and executive, vivacious and humorously charming. She enters in haste carrying a corsage bouquet of flowers, and the empty box and paper from which she has unwrapped them.
Dunham, I've just had word from Mr. Harper that he was called away to the bedside of a friend who is very ill. He sent me these flowers. It's a good thing he did. I don't approve of young men refusing dinner invitations the very last minute.
Dunham, relieving her.
I'll take the box and paper, Mrs. Pringle.
Mrs. Pringle, looking at the table anxiously, and then at her watch.
It's too bad, after you said it all so beautifully. And it's getting so late. Someone might be coming any moment. How's cook?
Cook's in a temper, as always, madam.
I'm glad to hear it. She's like an actress. The better the temper, the better the performance. As long as she serves us a good dinner, I don't care how much she swears. The rest of you can just keep out of her way. Where's Gustav?
I'm sorry to have to say it, madam, but there's such an awful blizzard out, he's sweeping off the sidewalk.
Oh, dear me, yes. I should have ordered an awning. But who expected a storm like this?
She glances out of the window. Elaine, a young debutante in evening gown, comes running in with a bunch of place cards.
Here are the place cards, Mother, and the diagram. Shall I put them around?
Yes, dear. Elaine, I am going up to look after your father. He's so helpless about his ties.
She starts to leave the room.
Remove one plate, Dunham.
Remove one plate, madam? Oh, madam, it is a certainty. You wouldn't sit down with 13.
13? Why, you'd be right. 13? We can never sit down with 13. That's all due to Mr. Harper's negligence. Sick friend, nothing. He's just one of those careless men who never answer their invitations in time. He's flowers indeed, to make me forgive him. Now look at the trouble he's put me to. 13? I wonder whom I could get to come in the last minute. Quick, Elaine, help me think.
She rushes to the telephone and looks madly through her list of acquaintances.
There's always Uncle George.
He never opens his head.
Mr. Morgan, madam, he always tells a joke or two.
Why, yes, Dunham, that's clever of you. Hello, Central, Lakeview 5971. At once, please. Elaine, dear, your hair is much too tight. Pull it out. Pull it out. Come here.
In telephone.
Mr. Morgan's. Well, this is Mrs. Pringle speaking. From across the street. Yes. When Mr. Morgan comes in, please tell him to call me up right away. I want him to dine with us in about 10 minutes. You expect him?
She pulls Elaine's hair out to make it look fluffier. Elaine makes faces of pain, but her mother pays no attention.
Have him call me right away.
She hangs up the receiver.
Now if you shouldn't get it, then what I'll do?
Well, Mother, I don't have to be at the table. It's your party anyway. Everyone's married and older than I am.
Mrs. Pringle, pointing to the table diagram in Elaine's hand.
Didn't I place you next to Oliver Farnsworth? Millions! He's worth millions!
Well, he won't be giving me any.
Can't he marry you? Aren't you going to try to make a good match for yourself? I fling every eligible man I can at your head. Can't you finish the rest yourself?
It's no use, Mother, your trying to marry me off to someone as important as he is. He frightens me to death. I lose my tongue. I'm as afraid of him as I'd be of the Prince of Wales.
The Prince of Wales? Oh, what wouldn't I give to have the Prince of Wales in my house? New York has lost its heart to him. I was just telling Mr. Farnsworth yesterday that I'd give anything to have the prince here. I would establish my social position for life. And I've such a reputation for being a wonderful hostess.
The telephone rings.
Dear me! The phone! Hello, Mrs. Sedgwick. Yes? This is Mrs. Pringle. What? No. Oh! Caught in a snowdrift. Can't get another car?
She puts her hand over the telephone and speaks delightedly to Elaine.
Good! The widow can't come. That leaves us 12. Remove 2 plates, Dunham.
Dunham removes 2 plates, and Elaine changes the table cards. Mrs. Pringle continues into the telephone.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm heartbroken. Oh, my dear, how can we get along without you? But have you really tried? Oh, I'm reduced to tears. Goodbye, dear.
She hangs up the receiver and takes it down again.
Well, I'm glad she dropped out. Central, give me a Lakeview 5971. Dunham, with 2 less, you can save 2 cocktails and at least 4 glasses of champagne.
Into the telephone.
Has Mr. Morgan come in yet? Well, don't give him the message I telephoned before about crossing the street to Mrs. Pringle's for dinner. It's too late. You understand?
She hangs up the receiver.
Well, anyway, I've invited Clem, returned my indebtedness, and saved my champagne. Besides...
The liquor is getting low, madam, what with prohibition and entertaining so much.
Oh, but Mother, if you only have 12 people, Father can't sit at the head of the table.
But he has to sit at the head. It looks too undignified when the man of the house is pushed to the side.
There's no other way. There must be a woman at each end.
How absurd! I always forget. Of course 12 is an impossible number.
She goes round the table looking at the place cards.
I don't want to put any of these women at the head. There's Mrs. Darby, such a cat. I wouldn't give her the honour, and Mrs.
The telephone rings.
Answer it, Dunham.
Hello. Mrs. Pringle's residence. A message? Yes, sir. What, sir? Mr. Darby. The doctor says your baby has the chicken pox.
Chicken pox? Elaine?
Mother.
Yes, sir.
He hangs up the receiver.
Mr. Darby sends his apologies, but owing to the transmutability of the disease, Mr. and Mrs. Darby feel obliged to regret, and also their house guests, Mr. and Mrs. Fleetwood.
That's 4 out.
Then you're only 8. Quick, the plates, Dunham.
She begins to remove chairs and gathers up silver and plates feverishly. Mrs. Pringle, getting more and more distrait, helps. With so much unaccustomed help, Dunham gets confused and goes through many unnecessary motions. Removes plates, breaks them, drops silver, aimlessly trying to hurry, his fingers all thumbs.
Don't we know someone to invite a last minute?
The Hatwoods?
They don't serve drinks when they entertain. I can't afford to invite them to drink mine.
The Greens?
She's not interesting enough.
Mr. Conley?
He never makes a dinner call, even after all the times I have invited him.
Hester Longley?
Not at the same table with you and Oliver Farnsworth. She's far too pretty, too clever.
Where's our book?
She runs her finger down the address book.
The Tuppers?
The Tuppers? Good heavens, Elaine. 6 in the family?
That would get us back to 14. Then Father could sit at the head of the table.
Well, try them. I'll rush and tell your father to hold up the drawing room.
Exit left. Elaine at the telephone.
Ridgeway 9325. This is Elaine Pringle. What Tupper am I speaking to? Oh, Ella, hello. I hope you haven't finished your dinner. We had a party arranged here, and the last moment everybody's been dropping out. The blizzard. Can't you flock your family around the corner and eat with us? Mother and I thought we knew you well enough to call you like this at the 7th hour. You would? Oh, fine.
To Dunham.
6 more plates, Dunham.
In the telephone.
What? Oh, well, but...
She hesitates, stutters, looks distressed, muffles the telephone.
Dunham, get Mother, quick.
In the telephone, as Dunham hurries out of the room.
Yes, of course. Love it. Why, certainly. Yes, my dear. All right.
She hangs up the receiver and puts her hand to her head with an ejaculation of dismay.
Great Caesar, now what have I done?
Mrs. Pringle rushes in, followed by Dunham.
What's the matter? Elaine, what is...
Now I've done it. I've just done it. But I couldn't get out of it. I just couldn't. You weren't here. I always lose my head and bungle things.
But what? Don't keep us waiting like this. What is it?
I invited Ella and the family, and she accepted. And then she said they had 2 house guests, and would it be all right? And of course I said it would. And now we're 16.
16? But, madam, the table's not that long.
Elaine! That's just like you. No tact, no worldly wisdom.
But you weren't at the phone. You ought to attend such messages yourself. You know I always lose my head.
But the dishes, madam, and we only have 14 squabs.
I won't eat any.
But I must not be disgraced. We'll have to make the best of it, and insert another board.
Dunham goes out. Mrs. Pringle and Helene hurriedly remove part of the cloth.
But, Mother, I needn't sit at the table.
Mrs. Pringle pointing to a chair authoritatively.
You're going to sit right there next to Oliver Farnsworth. Now I don't wish to hear another word about it.
But can't we squeeze them in, without all the work of adding another board, if I move the plates and chairs closer?
Have you forgotten that Mr. Tupper weighs something like 250 pounds? And Mrs. Conley has no waistline? It can't be done.
Dunham, entering with table board.
Cook is in a rage, madam. She says she has only prepared for 14.
I can't help it. She'll have to prepare for 16. Tell her to open cans of soup and vegetables and...
But the ice cream forms and the gelatine moulds?
I'll pretend I don't like them.
And I'll pretend I'm on a diet.
But I really wouldn't have to be at the table.
Be still.
She starts as the telephone rings.
The telephone.
Her hand to her head.
Now what? Don't answer it. It's driving me mad.
She goes herself, as Elaine and Dunham do not go.
Hello. Yes, this is Mrs. Pringle. Oh, yes. Jessica. What? The blizzard. You're cold. Too dangerous.
She waves to Dunham, not to put the board on the table. Dunham, Elaine, and Mrs. Pringle are delighted and relieved, but Mrs. Pringle pretends otherwise over the telephone.
Oh, Jessica, you poor dear. Yes, your husband's right. It would be foolhardy. Put on a mustard plaster. Hot toddy, go to bed. So sorry.
She hangs up the receiver.
There, that's wonderful. Now we are just 14.
But the cards are all wrong. Only 6 are coming who were invited originally. You'll have to make another diagram. How do you want them seated?
Give it to me.
She reminds at the telephone table, where there is a pad and a pencil, and makes a new diagram.
Here are some fresh cards.
She tears up the old cards, then goes back to help Dunham, who is having a maddening time with the table.
What a mess! I spent hours over that diagram. So much depends upon having guests seated harmoniously. There's the front door bell, Dunham. I told Annie to answer it for you. But go, peek into the drawing room and tell me who it is.
As Dunham goes out, the telephone rings. Mrs. Pringle eyes it suspiciously.
You murderous instrument. What have you to say? Now what? Hello! Who? Mr. Farnsworth. Mr. Oliver Farnsworth? No, you're his secretary. He's what? Instructed you to make his excuses? He had to leave for Boston at once on very important business. Oh!
She hangs up the receiver without completing the conversation and hits the telephone in a temper, then rises and paces back and forth in rage.
How dare he! How dare he! The last moment like this! No regard for a hostess' feelings. No regard for the efforts she goes to provide an evening's enjoyment. And such a good dinner I planned. And he promised he would come. Business! I don't believe it. He didn't want to exert himself. Was afraid of freezing in the blizzard. As if he didn't have half a dozen limousines to carry him to the door. Selfishness, downright rudeness, and worth millions. Just a match for you, Elaine. And I was bound you should meet him and sit next to him at a table.
She tears up his card.
And now I don't know when I can give you a chance like that again. I'm perfectly furious. I'll never speak to him again. I won't be treated that way.
Perhaps he really did have business and was called away.
And I one of the most important hostesses in the city. People clamouring to receive my invitations. All my affairs are a success. I insist that they shall be. I can't bear any failure. I won't have a failure. He was my most important guest. He's such a man's man. So important financially. Every other man considers it an honour to meet him. And now not coming. I'm furious. Furious! It's all this damnable blizzard.
Now I will have to stay away from the table. His not coming makes us 13 again.
Go to bed. Go up to the nursery. I'll send you milk and crackers.
But, Mother, it's not my fault that he had business out of town.
Yes, it is. If you'd perk up a bit and not be so timid and make something of yourself, he would hear about your attractions from other men and be curious to meet you himself. Oh, what a family I have! No one to help me with my ambitions. Go to bed. I certainly won't sit down to 13. Go to bed. Get out of my sight.
Dunham enters from left.
It was Mr. Morgan, madam.
Mr. Morgan? But I telephoned his maid to tell him not to come.
He couldn't have received the second message, madam, for I heard him explaining to Mr. Pringle how happy he was to receive your telephone invitation.
That makes you 13 again, unless you don't want me to go to bed.
Of course I don't want you to go to bed. We're back to where we started. 14, Dunham.
I'll get the cocktails ready, madam. Annie told me there were several motors making their way through the snow. It's late now, and cook's swearing about the dinner getting too dry.
The telephone rings. Elaine jumps.
I won't answer it.
I should say not. Hello? What is it? Yes? Yes? Mrs. Tupper! Yes! Mrs. Tupper! But now you must come. We prepared for you. Yes? For 8 of you. Your daughter told my daughter about your house guests, and we are delighted to have them. But now we're set for you. But every plate is set. But your daughter was quite right. It wasn't an imposition at all. But you must come now. Of course my daughter had authority to invite the guests. Oh, 8 isn't at all a big number. There is room. The table is all set. But I beg you. But, my dear, you are not imposing. Oh, but how foolish of you to take that stand. Why, my dear, my dear.
She hangs up the receiver.
Now, what do you think of that? Mrs. Tupper is perfectly furious at Ella for telling you about the house guests, and says Ella has no tact, that nothing would induce her to bring 8 when we invited 6. So she's leaving Ella and Harry at home. Only 6 are coming. Remove 2 plates, Dunham. We're 12 after all.
But if you leave at 12, Father can't sit at the end.
I shall go mad. I'll never entertain again. Never. Never. People ought to know whether they're coming or not. But they accept and regret and regret and accept. They drive me wild.
Dunham goes out.
This is my last dinner party. My very last. A fiasco. An utter fiasco. A haphazard crowd, hurried together, when I had planned everything so beautifully. Now how shall I seat them? How shall I seat them? If I put Mr. Tupper here and Mrs. Conley there, then Mrs. Tupper has to sit next to her husband, and if I want Mr. Morgan there, oh, it's impossible. I might as well put their names in a hat and draw them out at random. Never again. I'm through. Through with society, with the parties, with friends. I wipe my slate clean. They'll miss my entertainments. They'll wish they had been more considerate. After this, I'm going to live for myself. I'm going to be selfish and hard and unsociable, and drink my liquor myself instead of offering it gratis to the whole town. I'm through. Through with men like Oliver Farnsworth. I don't care how rich they are, how influential they are, how important they are. They're nothing without courtesy and consideration. Business. Off on train. Nonsense. Didn't want to come. Didn't want to meet a sweet, pretty girl. Didn't want to marry her. Well, he's not good enough for you. Don't you marry him. Don't you dare to marry him. I won't let you marry him. Do you hear? If you try to elope or anything like that, I'd break it off. Yes, I would. Oliver Farnsworth will never get recognition again from me. He is beneath my notice. I hate Oliver Farnsworth.
Dunham enters with a note on a silver plate.
A note from Mr. Farnsworth, madam.
A note from Mr. Farnsworth?
She takes and opens it.
Yes, madam. There are two strange gentlemen in the lower hall. They presented this letter. He said he was the secretary. All the other guests are upstairs in the drawing-room, madam. I counted 12 in all, including you and Mr. Pringle and Miss Elaine. But the two gentlemen downstairs, madam, are waiting for your answer. The one gentleman's face looked very familiar, madam, but I can't just place him, although I'm sure I've seen his face somewhere.
She has been reading the note and is almost fainting with surprise and joy.
Seen his face somewhere? Oh, my goodness! Elaine, it's the Prince of Wales!
The secretary said you cut off the telephone or central disconnected you. He was about to tell you that Mr. Farnsworth knew that the blizzard had prevented His Highness from keeping engagement way uptown.
The Prince of Wales sitting in my lower hall, waiting for me to ask him to dinner.
Then we'll be 13 again.
There's the secretary, miss. He is his bodyguard.
Mrs. Pringle, rising to the occasion.
Certainly, the secretary, Elaine. We shall be 14 at dinner. Serve the cocktails, Dunham. The guests may sit anywhere they choose. I shall bring the prince in with me.
Elaine, following.
But, Mother, wasn't it nice of Oliver Farnsworth to send a prince in his place?
Didn't I always say that Oliver Farnsworth was the most considerate of men?
I think I shall like Mr. Farnsworth.
Silly child, it's too late now to like Mr. Farnsworth. It's time now to like the prince.
Starting out.
I always manage somehow to be the most successful of hostesses. Thank God for the blizzard.
Curtain. End of 14 by Alice Gerstenberg.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The play is Moonshine by Arthur Hopkins, recorded by Clarsach and Greg Evans. Scene: hut of a moonshiner in the mountain wilds of North Carolina. Door, back left. Window, back right center. Old deal table, right center. Kitchen chair at either side of table, not close to it. Old cupboard in left corner. Rude stone fireplace left side. On back wall near door is a rough pencil sketch of a man hanging from a tree. At rise of curtain, a commotion is heard outside of the hut.
It's all right, boys. Just leave him to me. Get in there, Mr. Revenue.
Revenue, a northerner in city attire, without hat, clothes dusty, is pushed through the doorway. Luke, a lanky, ill-dressed southerner, following, closes door. Revenue's hands are tied behind him.
You must excuse the boys for making a demonstration over you, Mr. Revenue, but you see, they don't come across you fellas very frequent, they always get excited.
I appreciate that I'm welcome.
Indeed you is, and I'm just a-gonna untie your hands long enough for you to take a sociable drink.
Goes to stranger, feels in all pockets for weapons.
I reckon you're traveling peaceable.
Unties hands.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Yes, sir, mister. Boys ain't seen one of you fellers for near 2 years. Began to think you was gonna neglect us. I was hoping you might be Jim Dunn. Have a drink?
No, thank you. Your make is too strong for me.
Ain't no luck to drink alone, you get company. Better have some.
Very well, my friend. I suffer willingly.
I reckon y'all don't like the flavor of liquor that ain't been stamped.
It's not so bad.
Last Revenue to sit in that chair got drunk on my make.
That wouldn't be difficult.
Nope, but it was awkward.
Why?
I had to wait till he sobered up before I gave him his ticker. I didn't feel like sending him to heaven drunk. He'd have found it awkward climbing that golden ladder.
A thoughtful executioner.
So, you see, maybe you can delay things a little by dallying with the liquor.
Revenue picks up cup, gets it as far as his lips, slowly puts it down.
The price is too great.
I'm mighty sorry you ain't Jim Dunn, but I reckon you ain't. You don't answer his likeness.
Who's Jim Dunn?
You ought to know who Jim Dunn is. He's just about the worst one of you revenue critters that ever hit these parts. He got 4 of the boys in jail. We got a little reception all ready for him. See that?
pointing to sketch on back wall.
Yes?
That's Jim Dunn.
Doesn't look much like anyone.
Well, that's what Jim Dunn will look like when we get him. I'm mighty sorry you ain't Jim Dunn.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Luke, turning to cupboard and filling pipe.
Oh, it's all right. I reckon one revenue's about as good another after all.
Are you sure I'm a revenuer?
Well, since we catched you climbing trees and snooping around the stills, I reckon we won't take no chances that you ain't.
Oh.
Say, maybe you'd like a cigar. Here's one I've been saving for quite a spell back, thinking maybe I'd have company someday.
Oh, no, thank you.
Brings out dried-up cigar, hands it to him.
Ain't no luck to smoke alone when you got company.
Striking match and holding it to Revenue.
You better smoke.
Revenue bites off end, and mouth is filled with dust, spits out dust. Luke holds match to cigar. With difficulty, Revenue lights it.
That's as good a 5-cent cigar as you can get in Henderson.
After 2 puffs, makes wry face, throws cigar on table.
You make death very easy, mister.
Luke's my name. You can call me Luke. Make you feel as though you had a friend near you at the end. Luke Hazy.
Not the Luke Hazy that cleaned out the Crosby family.
How'd you hear about it?
Hear about it? Why, your name's been in every newspaper in the United States. Every time you killed another Crosby, the whole feud was told all over again. Why, I've seen your picture in the papers 20 times.
Ain't never had one took.
Well, that don't stop them from printing it. Don't you ever read the newspapers?
Me read? I ain't read nothing for 30 years. Reckon I couldn't read 2 lines in an hour.
You've missed a lot of information about yourself.
How many Crosbys did they say I killed?
I think the last report said that you had just removed the 12th.
It's a lie. I only killed 6. That's all they was, growed up. I'm a-waiting for one now that's only 13.
When'll he be ripe?
Just as soon as he comes a-looking for me.
Will he come?
He'll come if he's a Crosby.
A brave family.
They don't make him any braver. They'd be first-rate folks if they wasn't Crosbys.
If you feel that way, why did you start fighting them?
I never started no fight. My granddad had some misunderstanding with their granddad. I don't know just what it was about, but I reckon my granddad was right, and I'll see it through.
You must think a lot of your grandfather.
Never seen him, but it ain't no luck going agin your own kin. Won't you have a drink?
No, thank you.
Well, Mr. Revenue, I reckon we might as well have this over.
What?
Well, you won't get drunk, and I can't be put to the trouble of having someone guard you.
That'll not be necessary.
Oh, I know you like this here place now, but this evening you might take it in your head to walk out.
I'll not walk out unless you make me.
Tain't like I'll let you, but I wouldn't blame you none if you tried.
But I'll not.
Say, Mr. Revenue, I wonder if you know what you're up against.
What do you mean?
I mean, I gotta kill you.
Well, that lets me out.
What do you mean?
I mean, I've been trying to commit suicide for the last 2 months, but I haven't had the nerve.
Suicide?
Yes. Now that you're willing to kill me, the problem is solved.
Why, what'd you want to commit suicide for?
I just want to stop living, that's all.
Well, you must have a reason.
No special reason. I find life dull and I'd like to get out of it.
Dull?
Yes. I hate to go to bed. I hate to get up. I don't care for food. I can't drink liquor. I find people either malicious or dull. I see by the fate of my acquaintances, both men and women, that love is a farce. I've seen fame and preference come to those who least deserve them, while the whole world kicked and cuffed the worthy ones. The craftier schemer gets the most money and glory, while the fair-minded dealer is humiliated in the bankruptcy court. In the name of the law, every crime is committed. In the name of religion, every vice is indulged. In the name of education, greatest ignorance is rampant.
I don't get all of that, but I reckon you're some put out.
I am. The world's a failure. What's more, it's a farce. I don't like it, but I can't change it, so I'm just aching for a chance to get out of it. And you, my dear friend, are going to present me that opportunity.
Yes, I reckon you'll get your wish now.
Good. If you only knew how I've tried to get killed.
Why'd you kill yourself?
I was afraid.
Afraid of what? Hurting yourself?
No, afraid of the consequences.
What do you mean?
Do you believe in another life after this one?
Can't say as I ever gave it much thought.
Well, don't, because if you do, you'll never kill another Crosby, not even a revenue officer.
It ain't that bad, is it?
Worse. 20 times I've had a revolver to my head, crazy to die, and then as my finger pressed the trigger, I'd get a terrible dread, a dread that I was plunging into worse terrors than this world ever knew. If killing were the end, it would be easy. But what if it's only the beginning of something worse?
Well, you gotta take some chances.
I'll not take that one. You know, Mr. Luke, life was given to us by someone who probably never intended that we should take it, and that someone has something ready for people who destroy his property. That's what frightens me.
You do too much worrying to be a regular suicide.
Yes, I do. That's why I changed my plan.
What plan?
My plan for dying.
Oh, then you didn't give up the idea.
No, indeed. I'm still determined to die, but I'm going to make someone else responsible.
Oh, so you ain't willing to pay for your own funeral music?
No, sir. I'll furnish the passenger, but someone else must buy the ticket. You see, when I finally decided I'd be killed, I immediately exposed myself to every danger I knew.
How?
In 1,000 ways. Did you ever see an automobile?
No.
They go faster than steam engines, and they don't stay on tracks. Did you ever hear of Fifth Avenue, New York?
No.
Fifth Avenue is jammed with automobiles, 8 deep, all day long. People being killed every day. I crossed Fifth Avenue 1,000 times a day, every day for weeks, never once trying to get out of the way, and always praying I'd be hit.
And couldn't you get hit?
No. Automobiles only hit people who try to get out of the way. When that failed, I frequented the lowest dives on the Bowery, flashing a roll of money and wearing diamonds, hoping they'd kill me for them. They stole the money and diamonds, but never touched me.
Well, couldn't you pick a fight?
I'm coming to that. You know, up north they believe that a man can be killed in the South for calling another man a liar?
That's right.
It is it? Well, I've called men liars from Washington to Atlanta, and I'm here to tell you about it.
They must have took pity on you.
Do you know Two Gun Jake that keeps the dive down in Henderson?
I should think I do. Jake's killed enough of them.
He's a bad man, ain't he?
He's no trifler.
I wound up in Jake's place 2 nights ago, pretending to be drunk. Jake was cursing niggers.
He's always doing that.
So I elbowed my way up to the bar and announced that I was an expert in the discovery of nigger blood. Could tell a nigger who was 63/64 white.
You can?
No, I can't, but I made them believe it. I then offered to look them over and tell them if they had any nigger blood in them. A few of them sneaked away, but the rest stood for it. I passed them all until I got to Two Gun Jake. I examined his eyeballs, looked at his fingernails, and said, "You're a nigger."
What did Jake do?
He turned pale, took me into the back room. He said, "Honest to God, mister, can you see nigger blood in me?" I said, "Yes." "There's no mistake about it?" "Not a bit," I answered. "Good God," he said, "I always suspected it." Then he pulled out his gun and shot himself.
Jake shot himself? Is he dead?
I don't know. I was too disgusted to wait. I wandered around until I thought of you moonshiners, scrambled around in the mountains till I found your still. I sat on it and waited until you boys showed up, and here I am, and you're going to kill me.
Oh, so you want us to do your killing for you, do you?
You're my last hope. If I fail this time, I may as well give it up.
Luke takes out revolver, turns sideways, and secretly removes cartridges from chamber. Rises.
What was that noise?
Lays revolver on table and steps outside of door. Revenue looks at revolver, apparently without interest. Luke cautiously enters doorway and expresses surprise at seeing Revenue making no attempt to secure revolver. Feigning excitement, goes to table, picks up gun.
I reckon I'm getting careless leaving a gun laying around here that-a-way. Didn't you see it?
Yes.
Why didn't you grab for it?
What for?
To get the drop on me.
Can't you understand what I've been telling you, mister? I don't want the drop on you.
Well, doggone if I don't believe you're telling me the truth. Thought I'd just see what you do. You see, I emptied it first.
That wasn't necessary.
Well, I reckon you better get along out of here, mister.
You don't mean you're weakening?
I ain't got no call to do your killing for you. If you ain't sport enough to do it yourself, I reckon you can go on suffering.
But I told you why I don't want to do it. One murder more or less means nothing to you. You don't care about the hereafter.
Maybe I don't, but there ain't no use my taking any more chances than I have to. And what's more, mister, from what you've been telling me, I reckon there's a charm on you, and I ain't gonna take no chances going against charms.
So you're going to go back on me?
Yes, sirree.
Well, maybe some of the other boys will be willing. I'll wait till they come.
The other boys ain't gonna see you. You are leaving this place right now. Now, it won't do no good. You may as well go peaceable, 'cause you ain't got no right to expect us to bear your burdens.
Damn it all, I've spoiled it again.
I reckon you better make up your mind to go on living.
That looks like the only way out.
Come on. I'll let you ride my horse to town. It's the only one we got, so you can leave it at Two Gun Jake's and one of the boys will go get it. Or I reckon I'll go over myself and see if Jake made a job of it.
I suppose it's no use arguing with you?
Not a bit. Come on, you.
Well, I'd like to leave my address, so if you ever come to New York, you can look me up.
It ain't likely I'll ever come to New York.
Well, I'll leave it anyhow. Have you a piece of paper?
Paper what you write on. Never had none, mister.
Revenue, looking about room, sees Jim Dunn's picture on wall, goes to it, takes it down.
If you don't mind, I'll put it on the back of Jim Dunn's picture.
Placing picture on table, begins to print.
I'll print it for you, so it'll be easy to read. My address is here, so if you change your mind, you can send for me.
Ain't likely. Come on.
Both go to doorway. Luke extends hand. Revenue takes it.
Goodbye, mister. Cheer up. There's a horse.
Goodbye.
Don't be so glum, mister. Let me hear you laugh just once before you go. Oh, come on. Laugh out with it, Hardy. Hardier yet.
Luke watches for a moment, then returns to table, takes a drink, picks up picture, turns it around several times before getting it right, then begins to study. In attempting to make out the name, he slowly traces in the air with his index finger a capital J. What is that here? J, Jim Dunn. Jim Dunn! By God! He rushes to corner, grabs shotgun, runs to doorway, raises gun in direction stranger has gone, looks intently, then slowly lets gun fall to his side and scans the distance with his hand shadowing his eyes, steps inside, slowly puts gun in corner, seats himself at table.
Jim Dunn! And he begged me to kill him!
The end. This recording was by Clarsach and Greg Evans.